Chapter 256. Charge! On the city wall, following the master commandant's shout, Fong Ping and the others began to condense their vitality, imbuing the crossbow with vitality force. After waiting for a moment, the master commandant roared. The blood-colored crossbow shot out instantly, piercing through an officer in full armor. Huff! The people around Fong Ping panted heavily. The master commandant shook his head. Not a middle-ranked. At this moment, the enemy was already at the city wall. Everyone imbued their vitality dozens of times, but they only managed to kill one powerhouse who was hovering in the air. The East Sunflower Army was prepared. The powerhouses hovered in the air, carrying their giant shields. After many rounds of shooting, they did not kill many people. Fong Ping frowned. A middle-ranked martial artist was fighting the enemy powerhouse who had jumped over the wall just a few meters in front of him. Fong Ping looked at the master commandant, eager to make a move. The master commandant shook his head. Our mission is to be in charge of the bed crossbows, but do you still have vitality? The master commandant smiled bitterly. It was not that he did not want to help, but most of the people who had jumped over the wall were middle-ranked martial artists. Their vitality had been depleted. If they went up now, they would only add to the chaos and die. Fong Ping nodded seriously. Yes. Also, I've killed many middle-ranked martial artists. I can kill them. Everyone looked at him. Fong Ping took a deep breath. I won't disturb you if I kill the enemy now, will I? Little brother! The middle-aged martial artist who lit the cigarette earlier frowned slightly. Don't go to your death. Even if you die, make it worthwhile. It's true. I'm Fong Ping. Do you know Fong Ping? I've killed a rank 5 genius. Fong Ping grinned. He mumbled to himself. I'm afraid of death. But when I see the martial artists in front of me risking their lives and splattering their blood on the wall, I don't think I have the right to be afraid of death. Fong Ping. Only then did everyone know his name. The master commandant's eyes lit up. MCMU's Fong Ping? That's me. Fong Ping smiled. Then I'll go? He said so much because he had to obey military orders during wartime. If the master commandant did not say anything, he would be going against military orders if he left. The master commandant did not hesitate. He said immediately, you go. Our vitality has recovered. We'll go help you immediately. All right. Fong Ping moved his feet. In the next moment, he appeared in front of an upper stage rank 3 martial artist who had just jumped onto the city wall. With a roar, a blood-red glow flashed on his saber, and he cleaved his opponent in half. Among the people behind him, the middle-aged cultivator panted and laughed. Damn it, genius cultivators are indeed different. We're still old. However, when my chi and blood recover a little, I will also kill them with one saber strike. Shut up! You can kill a rank 1 with 1 slash. The few of them who had exhausted most of their vitality chatted cheerfully, not minding the battle that was taking place right in front of them. Looking out of the city, the master commandant sighed softly. The East Sunflower Army's morale is high. It's going to be tough this time. What's there to be afraid of? Just kill them. I'm scared? I'm not afraid. I'm just worried about Hope City. The commandant shook his head. What am I afraid of? In his heart, however, he was puzzled. Why hadn't the general started deploying his troops? North Gate. Su Mafu did not say a word. He kept staring in the northwest direction. There, waves of extremely powerful energy were overflowing. Definitely, he muttered in his heart. Beside him, another powerhouse was also staring in the northwest direction, murmuring, when will the seniors return? Return, Su Mafu murmured. He stared at the northwest direction for a long time before saying slowly, they will return northwest. The Grandmasters were fighting the Sky Gate City powerhouses alone. The old vice-chancellor was panting violently. His body was covered in blood. More than 10 meters away, a Sky Gate City powerhouse was floating in the air with a cold expression, looking down at the old man in front of him who he had almost killed many years ago. Percent hashtag yen asterisk. No one knew if the old vice-chancellor understood. He panted and laughed. You're saying that I'm not as good as you, that I was almost killed by you back then. Little bastard, if you didn't gang up on me back then, do you think you'd be my match? The old vice-chancellor swore, panting. Wait a little longer. Don't worry, don't run this time. The Skygate city powerhouse, who was floating in the air, did not say another word. In a flash, he appeared above the old man's head. The next moment, a ferocious tiger monster materialized in the air, opening its mouth to bite the old vice-chancellor. I've been waiting for you. The old vice-chancellor's eyes were bright, and his body suddenly emitted a rich, blood-red glow. Above his head, a blood-red blade appeared instantly. The blood-red blade seemed to be absorbing energy. The old vice-chancellor's already damaged golden body suddenly collapsed, and waves of rich energy particles were absorbed by the blood-red blade. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The Skygate city powerhouse's expression changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, "What golden body? Killing you is good stuff." The old vice-chancellor laughed loudly. Then the blood-red blade instantly pierced through the air, slicing the ferocious tiger in half. The next moment, the blood-red blade slashed down from above the Skygate city powerhouse's head. His opponent's spirit had left his body, and his golden body could be destroyed. The blood-red blade condensed all of the old vice-chancellor's essence, spirit, including the imperishable substance. At that moment, its speed was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. Roar! The Skygate city powerhouse roared like a wild beast, raising his fist and punching the blood-red blade. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated between heaven and earth. Go to hell! The illusory golden body of the old vice-chancellor also roared, and the blood-red blade instantly exploded. Rumble. An explosion 10 times stronger than before rang out. The land within a radius of thousands of meters instantly disappeared, turning into nothingness. A large black crater formed in the ground. I really want to go back and take a look. A murmur rang out in the air. No one could be seen in midair. On the other side, the gaunt old man chuckled. He left faster than me. Little fellow, you're really anxious. The Skygate city powerhouse opposite him sensed that his Tiger Army's commander's spirit had been obliterated. His expression changed instantly, and he turned to flee. Why are you running? The gaunt old man laughed loudly. The next moment, just like the old vice-chancellor, his physical body began to collapse, and all the energy was absorbed by the blood-red blade above his head. In an instant, the blood-red blade split a giant golden beast in the air. The blood-red blade instantly descended on the other party's head, and without any hesitation, an intense blood-red light erupted the next moment. If you don't die from this, consider yourself lucky. The gaunt old man's body continued to collapse. When the deafening sound rang out, the entire world fell silent. A few seconds later, a subtle spiritual wave shook the air. I'll be leaving first. Oh, I died just like that? He didn't live as long as I did. At the same time, on the other side, an old man laughed out loud. He laughed as if there was no one else around, and he was extremely happy. I thought that a rank 8 could live longer than me. Now it seems that there's no hope for him to surpass me. As for the little fellow from MCMAU, he lived for 80 years. How weak! I'm coming too. The old man laughed maniacally. His mentality condensed into a blood-red blade as well, but it was no longer to obliterate the other party's body. Instead, it swiftly slashed a giant beast in the air. Mother asterisk her, a rank 7 is weak. I don't have a golden body to explode. The old man roared. Suddenly, he hammered his body violently. His internal organs vaporized instantly, turning into streams of pure energy that shot into the blood-red blade. The blood-red color on the blood-red blade intensified. The old man laughed again, but no more sounds came out. The blood-red blade exploded instantly, blasting the giant beast into nothingness. Boom! A series of deafening sounds came from the northwest. Fong Ping and the East Sunflower City martial artists who were fighting were stunned for a moment. The strong energy waves that they could sense earlier were disappearing one by one. As if they knew something, the East Sunflower City martial artists' expressions changed drastically. Fong Ping's expression changed too. The energy waves had disappeared. What did this mean? Even if he was not a grandmaster, he knew that if the other party had not suddenly restrained all his energy, he would have died in battle. However, in a great battle, who would restrain their energy and wait for death? Vice-Chancellor Fong Ping gritted his teeth. He could not care less about these things. With a roar, his saber slashed continuously. 5 slashes were unleashed simultaneously. Boom! The rank 4 martial artist opposite him was instantly killed on the spot. Manic explosion had finally broken through to 5 consecutive slashes. However, Fong Ping was not overjoyed. The next moment, Su Mafu's voice came from the north gate. Get out of the city. Kill. Before this, the city still had a large number of active forces. At this moment, the city gate suddenly opened. A group of heavily armored cavalry charged at the front. Behind them, countless ordinary soldiers and military martial artists rushed out of the city gate and began to attack the besieging troops. In the catacombs, the commander-in-chief of Hope City was not a grandmaster. However, in the catacomb cities, a high rank was the commander-in-chief of the army. When some powerhouses sensed the disappearance of the energy waves, some of the generals of the Skygate Army and the East Sunflower City Army turned pale. Then they roared madly and shouted the evacuation signal. East Gate. When Su Mafu's voice came, Fong Ping jumped off the city wall and began to chase after the retreating East Sunflower City martial artists. Under the outburst of 5 consecutive slashes, even rank 4 martial artists could be killed with 1 slash. Among the pursuing crowd, Fong Ping vaguely saw Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing was bathed in blood, roaring in grief and anger. Fong Ping was not familiar with MCMAU's old vice-chancellor. He had only seen him a few times. However, Qin Fengqing had seen him many times. Not only had he seen him before, when he sensed the disappearance of the powerful energy waves, Qin Fengqing instantly knew what had happened. Some of the grandmasters who had participated in the battle had died in battle. Kill. At the east gate, the battle was not that intense. At the north gate, the heavily armored cavalry charged and broke through the enemy lines, disrupting the Skygate Army's formation. At this moment, no high-ranked powerhouses returned to help. The middle-ranked powerhouses were also pinned down in the distance. A large number of ordinary soldiers and low-ranked martial artists were killed by the troops at the back. A large number of high-ranked powerhouses had died in battle. Clearly, it was beyond everyone's expectations. East Sunflower City and Skygate City kept retreating. A large number of middle-ranked martial artists had also returned to the camp and began to cover the army's retreat. In the distance, an even more intense energy wave was transmitted. It was so intense that everyone felt the pressure. Rank 9 powerhouses were fighting in a frenzy. At Skygate City's side, Fong Ping could even clearly feel an extremely frenzied wave of anger. It was coming from the Skygate City Lord. Deafening noises could be heard continuously from the void. The human powerhouses were also fighting, blocking the enemy, not giving the other party a chance to return to help. The chase went on for more than an hour. Fong Ping could not remember how many people he had killed. There were ordinary people, martial artists of the 3 lower ranks, and rank 4 martial artists. He had even encountered a rank 5 martial artist, but he was intercepted by his own rank 5 powerhouses. After chasing for 20 li outside the city, a powerhouse levitated in the air and roared, Clean up the battlefield and return to the city quickly." The soldiers began to clean up the battlefield one after another, moving their comrades' corpses. The martial artists stood guard outside the perimeter. No one went to fight. Qin Fengqing. Fong Ping panted and found Qin Fengqing, whose chest was still bleeding profusely. Qin Fengqing said nothing. Just now, at this moment, Qin Fengqing turned his head to look at Fong Ping. His voice was hoarse. "You didn't leave?" "Yes." Fong Ping's expression changed. He asked again, "Just now, was it?" "I don't know." Qin Fengqing replied impatiently. Then he ignored Fong Ping. Fong Ping did not ask any more. After waiting for a while, the team began to retreat. The ground was full of the enemy's corpses. After chasing for more than an hour, they walked for more than 2 hours to return to the city. At this moment, the sky was already dark. At the city gate, it was bright. The huge energy lamp illuminated Hope City. Fong Ping and the other non-military department martial artists were ordered to go back and rest. The military department martial artists continued to stand guard. Fong Ping did not return to the dormitory. There was no one there now. He walked with Qin Fengqing, saying as he walked, "Take care of your injuries. You're so annoying." Qin Fengqing's face was pale. He roared impatiently. Fong Ping fell silent again. When they returned to Qin Fengqing's residence, a few students had returned. As for those who did not return, it meant that they could not return. Everyone looked at each other. No one said anything. They found a place to sit down and catch their breath. It was exceptionally quiet. North City Gate. Square-faced guardian Wu fell from the sky and staggered. Su Mafu, who had been standing still, suddenly came to his senses. He asked hurriedly, "Guardian Wu, where are Old Bai and the others?" Square-faced shook his head slightly. Then he said in a low voice, "Go do what you need to do. Even if East Sunflower City retreated, Skygate City will not let it go. We killed 7 of them in this battle and lost half of their high ranks. Skygate City will not let this go." Su Mafu gritted his teeth. "Then we'll destroy them completely. No, I can feel it. There are powerhouses in the other 11 cities demonstrating their might." "Bastard!" Su Mafu cursed. Square-faced ignored him. He turned to look at the others on the city wall. After a while, he said, "You will get what you ask for. In this life of the instructors, their greatest regret is not being able to pacify the catacombs. Everyone, let's work together." Lu Fengru suddenly sneered. She turned and walked away. Her sobbing voice was heard. "It's good that the old man is dead. When he's alive, he only knows how to persuade me to look on the bright side. When he's dead, he can't even look on the bright side. What right does he have to persuade me? He died in the catacombs without a corpse left. What kind of *T golden body powerhouse is he? So what if he's a rank 8? So what if he's a rank 9? He's still dead." Her voice gradually faded away. Everyone was silent. "Pack up. We're going back." In the middle of the night, Tang Feng's face was as white as snow. He stepped into the house and saw Fong Ping, but he did not say anything. Qin Fengqing jumped up suddenly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Vice-Chancellor is dead!" "Yes, bastard." Qin Fengqing punched the wall and roared, "Why did the Vice-Chancellor and the others have to risk their lives? Are all the rank 9 martial artists dead?" "Shut up. I'm not convinced. What about more than 30 rank 9 martial artists? They're all dead." Qin Fengqing roared. The Vice-Chancellor was already heavily injured. Why did he have to fight? Tang Feng's expression was ice cold. He said coldly, "If you talk nonsense again, I'll kill you." Qin Fengqing glared at him hatefully. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face. He lowered his head and said nothing. Everyone fell silent. After a while, Tang Feng said softly, "Pack up. We're going back." "I'll say it one more time. Pack up. We're going back." Seeing that everyone was not moving, Tang Feng roared angrily and kicked the bed in front of him into pieces. Among the crowd, some people started to get up and pack up. Fang Ping had brought some clothes with him when he came to the catacombs. He threw them aside and was not in the mood to pack up. After everyone had packed up, Tang Feng let everyone out. Qin Feng Qing followed quietly. When they reached the passageway entrance, Tang Feng suddenly said, "Go back and cultivate well. You're not allowed to enter the catacombs for the next few months." Fang Ping turned his head to look at him. He asked, "What about you guys?" "It's none of your business," Tang Feng chided. He frowned and said, "Go in." Chapter 257. The moment he walked out of the energy channel, many people in the team choked silently. The principal had died in battle. Many instructors had also died in battle in the catacombs. Some of their classmates and companions had also remained in the catacombs forever. Initially, there were close to 20 upper stage rank, 3 students and above. After 1 mission and 1 city defense mission, only 15 of them returned. Outside the alloy house, the 2 guards at the door became one, and Scarface disappeared. That day, the person who said that he would demolish the alloy house with Fang Ping when the catacombs were pacified was no longer around. Fang Ping seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the other gatekeeper who was distracted and said softly, "Uncle Scar, he said he's going to catch some catacombs girls." The somewhat lonely gatekeeper chuckled and said, "That fellow is always thinking about capturing a catacombs girl to train. Now he's finally satisfied." Fang Ping did not know if Scarface had entered the catacombs or if he had died in the catacombs, but he did not ask further. Too many people had died in the past few days. Everyone made way for the passageway. Outside, there was still an endless stream of martial artists entering. However, there were no longer inferior grade martial artists. They were all medial grade martial artists. The moment he walked out of the ground, an expert in the air chanted loudly, "Let's go!" Last year, on this day in this sect, the human face and peach blossoms reflected each other. The human face was nowhere to be seen, but the peach blossoms were still smiling in the spring breeze. Fang Ping did not know who the powerhouse was mourning for. Relatives? Lover? They were the grandmasters who had died in battle. When those old, frail, and injured grandmasters stepped into the catacombs, everyone knew that they would not be able to return. "Grandmaster!" Stepping out of the military camp, Fang Ping mumbled to himself. Was this what a grandmaster was like? McMao. The moment Fang Ping and the others stepped into MCMAU, dozens of instructors and students from the special training classes were waiting at the entrance. A silent martial arts salute was given to Fang Ping and the others with the highest form of courtesy. Everyone straightened their backs and returned the greeting. The leader was the dean of the School of Social Sciences. Of the 4 high grandmasters, 3 were in the catacombs and 1 was in Nanjiang. At the moment, MCMAU had no grandmasters. Out of the 4 deans, 3 of them had entered the catacombs. Only Dean Chen Zhenhua from the School of Social Sciences was left behind to guard the place. The principal and the others, in the group, the students silently shed tears. Someone said with tears in his eyes, "The principal has died in battle." Instructor Wu Jiangbing, Instructor Lan Yuru, Instructor Zhou Heron all died in the catacombs. Shin Zhenhua's face seemed to have paled a lot. In the crowd, someone choked with sobs. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back," Shin Zhenhua murmured. He turned around and said, "Go back and have a good rest. Take good care of your wounds. Be well, be well." The moment he stepped away, the old man's tears fell like rain. He already knew it and should have been mentally prepared. However, 60 years. The old vice-chancellor who had taken good care of MCMAU for 60 years had left without a trace. How could he bear to see him go? The downfall of the demon warriors, the downfall of mankind. On this day, the entire MCMAU was shrouded in sorrow. On this day, when the news spread from the catacombs, everyone who knew the truth was grieving. 7 high grandmasters had died in the catacombs. He had killed the 7 powerhouses of Skygate City, but not even their bones remained. He had fought in the catacombs, died in the catacombs, and was buried in the catacombs. Fong Ping refused to go to the infirmary. He had only suffered superficial wounds. The moment he came out of the catacombs, all he wanted was a good sleep. He wanted to forget about the catacombs, forget about the humans who were still fighting there, forget about his compatriots who had died in battle. He could not wait until the war was over to retrieve the corpses of his instructors and classmates. He did not even have the right to participate in the final battle. There was no other reason. He was too weak. Even if he could kill a rank 4, he was still too weak. In the catacombs, even grandmasters would die in battle. He was just a small rank 3. What right did he have to say that he wanted to stay? In less than 10 days, Fong Ping felt that he had gone through the longest period of his life. The MCMAU students could leave because many people thought that these martial arts students were the seeds of grandmasters among mankind. That was why they left these seeds for MCMAU. What about the martial artists from the military department? What about the normal people? Fong Ping did not cultivate. He fell asleep immediately, not caring about the sourness and smell of blood all over his body. He had forgotten about the catacombs. Sadness was the right of the weak. He did not need to be sad. In the future, he would become stronger and pacify the catacombs. That would be the best sacrifice. When Fong Ping woke up, he did not feel refreshed. Instead, he felt sore all over. The morning sun shone into the room. For the first time, Fong Ping felt that the sun was so beautiful. He sat up on the bed and walked to the window. Outside the window, birds sang and flowers bloomed. It was like a paradise. It's like a dream, Fong Ping mumbled to himself. Downstairs, there were students doing their morning exercises. When Fong Ping stood by the window, someone saw him and quickly shouted, "President!" "Good morning, President. President is back." These people from the Ping Yuan Club were not strong. They did not know about the catacombs. They only knew that many people from the university were out on missions. They did not know that in a place they did not know, 7 Grandmaster powerhouses had died in battle in a day. The government did not announce this to the public, at least not at this time. When ordinary people found out that 7 Grandmasters had died in battle in Sino Nation, how terrified would they be? In many people's eyes, Grandmasters were like God, the symbol of invincibility. Only when the next day, when everyone knew about the catacombs, would the people who had died in battle in the catacombs be known. However, when that time came, other than the names of unfamiliar people, what else would be left behind? The pitiful bones by the unfixed river were like the dreams of a young lady. The humans who guarded the catacombs were the noblest, but also the lowliest. Fong Ping was slightly absent-minded. He nodded lightly toward the downstairs. After washing up, he changed into a new set of clothes. He cleaned up neatly and walked out of the dormitory. Fong Ping was slightly at a loss. What should he do now? After thinking about it, Fong Ping strode toward the logistics department. In the huge MCMAU, it seemed like the only instructor he was familiar with was Old Manly. The logistics department was getting more and more deserted. The seniors had graduated, and the new students had not arrived yet. Most of the instructors had gone to the catacombs. The rank 3 students were either recuperating or cultivating. The rank 1 and 2 martial artists were on summer break, and some of them had already left. In the huge MCMAU, there were not many people in school at this time. Old Man Lee was still there. The old man did not smoke his tobacco. He had gotten a pot of peanuts from somewhere and was drinking it. When he saw Fong Ping, Old Man Lee raised his head and glanced at him. He chuckled. "Want a drink?" "Instructor." Old Man Lee did not wait for him to finish. He said self-deprecatingly, "They all went to the catacombs, but I didn't. TK, the Vice-Chancellor really thinks highly of me, letting me break through to Grandmaster first. Ha ha ha, if I could break through, I would have done it a long time ago. Vice-Chancellor is afraid that I'll die in the catacombs. Old man, you're already dead, yet you're still concerned about whether others will die or not. You worry too much. Old man Li shook his head and laughed. Sit down. Why are you standing? Don't tell me you're looking down on me too? No. Fang Ping sat down. Old man Li suddenly downed the wine in his hand and sighed. Did you know? In MCMAU, out of 10 instructors, 8 are the Vice-Chancellor students. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Can the MCMAU instructors compare to the local officials? Can they compare to the governors? Can they compare to the generals in the military department? Old man Li laughed and shook his head. They can't compare. MCMAU instructors, to put it bluntly, are much stronger than some of the local officials in terms of strength and ability. If you stay in MCMAU, you won't get as much as them. But why does everyone stay? Because of the Vice-Chancellor. 60 years ago, MCMAU was founded. At that time, MCMAU had nothing. Not to mention CCMAU, it couldn't even compare to the other martial arts universities. At that time, the Vice-Chancellor was only from the first batch of students recruited by MCMAU. However, at that time, there was no 4-year system like it is now. He attended for a year and became MCMAU's assistant instructor. In his second year, he started working as an instructor in MCMAU. The Vice-Chancellor's teacher was MCMAU's first Vice-Chancellor. However, the first Vice-Chancellor died very early. He was not very strong either. At that time, he was only a rank 5. A few years after MCMAU was founded, the first Vice-Chancellor died in battle. At that time, there were still very few powerhouses. Not many powerhouses were willing to become the Vice-Chancellor of a martial arts university, especially one that had only been founded for a few years. Then, somehow, the Vice-Chancellor who had just achieved rank was appointed as MCMAU's acting Vice-Chancellor in the face of danger. At that time, he was only 25 years old. A 25-year-old Vice-Chancellor of a martial arts university. Seriously, the other martial arts universities did not treat MCMAU as a martial arts university. The Vice-Chancellor was very talented. At that time, the Magic City catacombs had already appeared. His biggest dream was to nurture MCMAU into a powerful martial arts school that could compete with the catacombs. You entered the catacombs and knew how strong the catacombs were. You also knew how ridiculous the Vice-Chancellor's dream was. But he took it seriously. After that, he spent the next few decades fighting for this dream. He taught many students. You don't know this, but the Vice-Chancellor is very cunning. Every day, he would instill in you the nobility of being an instructor. A smile appeared on Old Man Li's face. He chuckled softly and said, I remember that time he brainwashed us every day. Being an instructor is better than being a government official. Instructors are mentors who guide our lives. As a teacher, we are more admired than those government officials. Think about it. We were all a bunch of young people in our 20s. We were hot-blooded. How could we withstand his brainwashing every day? We despised the government officials and despised the businessmen. Our only thought was to stay in school after graduation and become an MCMAU instructor. When I graduated, I actually didn't want to be an instructor. In the end, that dirty old man went to my parents and told them how noble the instructors of martial arts universities were, how good the treatment was. Then he beat me up. He said that if I dared to leave, he would break my legs. In the end, I was half forced and half tricked by him. Then I stayed in MCMAU to be an instructor. This was the first time Fang Ping knew that Old Man Li was actually the Vice-Chancellor's student. At this moment, Fang Ping did not interrupt. Old Man Li was also speaking incoherently. He was lost in his memories. He smiled and said, all these years he used all kinds of means to retain a large number of students to be MCMAU's instructors. That's why MCMAU is prosperous today and has the status of one of the big 2. Unfortunately, it's still very far away from his dream of a school going against a catacomb. He himself was also seriously injured because he went to battle many times. His indestructible body was almost obliterated. Not only his physical injuries, but also his psychological ones. After 60 years of ups and downs, most of the students he taught died in battle in the catacombs. Don't be fooled by his silence. Before this, he was prepared to wait for Nanjiang's catacombs to open. He and some seniors went to Nanjiang to fight to the death. I thought we could still wait for a while more. But the situation in Magic City's catacombs worsened. The old guy could not wait any longer. He went in hurriedly to die. Old Man Li drank another glass of wine. He shook his head and said with a mixture of joy and sorrow, "He's finally dead. Actually, I knew this day would come. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. His death is really satisfying, but he didn't think about it. If he died, what would happen to his dream? One school to destroy a catacomb. Ha ha ha, he can't even destroy a city." The old guy is good at bragging. He bragged from 60 years ago until now. In the end, he only managed to kill a rank 8. How embarrassing. We're all so embarrassing. We couldn't help him fulfill his wish. Old Manly laughed, tears streaming down his face. 40 years. He had stayed in MCMAU for 40 years. He had been with that old pervert for 40 years. He really could not bear to let him go. I thought I would die first. Anyway, you've had enough students die. You should be used to it. But you died earlier than me. I only have one master. I'm a master, not an instructor. Fong Ping did not speak. He poured a glass of wine for Old Manly. Old Manly drained it in one gulp. His expression gradually returned to normal. He chuckled. So be it. I'm already so old. It's time to get over it. It's embarrassing to talk so much to you, kid. I can't believe I even pissed on you. Don't tell anyone else. Otherwise, I'll slap you to death. Yes. Tell me, what's the situation in the catacombs? When we came out, we had already defeated the 2 cities' encirclement. We killed and injured a large number of catacombs martial artists and ordinary troops. Fong Ping briefly explained the situation. Old Man Li nodded slightly. The situation isn't too bad. We should be able to stop them. It's only 2 cities. Sino Nation has the strength to suppress them. Unlike Tiannan, Sino Nation has never built a military stronghold similar to Hope City. The passageway is also too close to the other city. That's why it was breached. If Magic City wants to breach Hope City, it'll only stand a chance if more than 5 cities join forces. However, there will be a lot of casualties too. This time, we've killed Skygate City's 2 commanders-in-chief and 5 high-ranked generals. Skygate City is no longer a concern. As for East Sunflower City, they've only dispatched 4 high-ranked people. Unless they turn out in full force, the upcoming battles will mainly focus on the middle and low-ranked ones. As he said that, Old Manly suddenly said, "Kid, your generation is even more troublesome." Fong Ping looked doubtful. Old Manly shook his head lightly. "Our generation is mainly fighting against Skygate City. Now that Skygate City has lost more than half of their high-ranked people, the 2 cities will likely merge or form a united front. In other words, the next time you enter the catacombs, you won't be facing the Skygate City martial artists that you're familiar with, but East Sunflower City. The battlefield is no longer within a 100-mile radius of Hope City. Instead, it has spread to a 500-mile radius. This means that the danger is higher. As for you guys, you might be the main force fighting against them in the future. That's why the pressure will be greater than ours." Fong Ping said in a low voice, "Sooner or later, the catacombs will be destroyed. It's the same whether it's sooner or later. I also hope that the catacombs threat will be solved in our generation. I don't want our descendants to continue fighting against the catacombs with no regard for their own safety." "That's right. We thought so too back then." Old Man Li laughed self-deprecatingly. They all thought so, but in the end it was not what they wanted. After decades of war, Not only did they not eliminate the enemy, but there were more and more of them. It was getting more and more dangerous. Could humans really defeat the other party? Right now, many people were at a loss. Old Man Li did not say anything else. He drank his wine gloomily. The older generation of martial artists were almost all dead. Rank 7, Rank 8, Rank 9. None of these people died of old age. The funny thing was, until now, Old Man Li and the rest did not know how old these powerhouses could live. Immortality was originally the ultimate pursuit of ancient martial artists. However, in the modern era, this had never happened. Most of the Rank 9 powerhouses were injured because of the years of fighting. Once they felt that they were not in their best condition, they would go deep into the catacombs and never return. What kind of scene was it in the depths of the catacombs? For a peak Rank 6 like him, he had no hope of becoming a grandmaster. He would not just sit around and wait for death. Peak Rank 6 martial artists either broke through or died in battle. There were no cases of them dying of old age or illness. Chapter 258. After drinking for a while, Old Man Li suddenly said, "Peak Rank 3 now?" Fong Ping shook his head, but he quickly said, "Just a little bit more. My physique and vitality have caught up, and Manic Explosion can also slash 5 times in a row. Right now, I just feel like I'm missing that little bit. It's not perfect." Old Man Li pondered for a moment, then said, "Go to the combat technique room and cultivate Vajra Punch. Once your fist force is all over your body, you'll be at peak Rank 3. As he said that, Old Man Li continued, "Don't be too hasty if you want to break through to rank, for at peak Rank 3, hone your skills first. Also, take advantage of the summer holidays to find martial artists to spar with." Fong Ping was slightly stunned. Why? Whether a martial artist is breaking through from a lower rank to a middle rank, or from a middle rank to a high rank, they all require the unity of essence, spirit, and soul to forge an invincible momentum. I'm referring to the experts among them. Your teacher calls herself Wu Wudi because of this. She wants to break through her shackles and become a grandmaster, but she was still a little bit lacking. She didn't create an invincible momentum among those at the peak of level 6. If one wanted to be invincible among peak Rank 3 martial artists and become a powerhouse among Rank 4 martial artists, then go ahead and challenge them. I know that you've killed a Rank 4 martial artist in the catacombs. As for a Rank 5, I've heard someone mention it once. Kid, you don't have that kind of ability. But Rank 4 in the catacombs. Old Man Li thought for a moment and said, the catacombs Rank 4 martial artists are actually not weak. However, don't compare the catacombs Rank 4 martial artists with human Rank 4 martial artists. Why? Because we are under pressure. It was that simple. Old Man Li sighed and said, our middle-ranked martial artists all fought their way out of the catacombs. Very few, or I should say, almost none of the Rank 4 martial artists advanced steadily. The catacombs Rank 4 martial artists were different. Some of their Rank 4 martial artists were only successful because they had enough energy stones. Therefore, who among the truly middle-rank powerhouses did not have a few catacombs, same rank lives on their hands? The martial artists in the catacombs outnumber us by a lot. The reason we can defend ourselves is partly because they did not join forces, and partly because our martial artists are stronger than theirs. Haven't you noticed this? There were many kinds of human martial artists. There were those who had never entered the catacombs, those who had entered the catacombs, those who had killed people of the same rank in the catacombs, those who had killed enemies of a higher rank. If you want to break through, then become the strongest among them. Don't pursue it before Rank 3. If you want to break through Rank 4 from Rank 3, you still have to forge an invincible belief in yourself. Fong Ping thought about Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang challenged the Northern Lands because of this? Old Man Li shook his head. Yes and no. There were many reasons why he went to the north to challenge. It had something to do with the martial arts championship at that time, and it also had something to do with his desire to wield power in NMAU. Therefore, the opponents he challenged, how to put it, were rank 3 powerhouses, but they were all weaker than him. His invincible aura had yet to reach its peak, because his challenge was impure. If you want a challenge, don't avoid strong opponents. There are still powerhouses among peak rank 3. The rank 3 ranking list has not been updated yet. However, it should be updated tomorrow. Even if you've killed many rank 4 martial artists in the catacombs, or even rumored to have rank 5 martial artists, the ranking list may not put you first. You can challenge those who are in the top 10. Don't pick the weak ones. Also, establish MCMAU's prestige. Old man Lee's gaze sharpened suddenly. The vice-chancellor died in battle. MCMAU's days will be difficult, especially now that Vice-Chancellor Wu and Dean Huang are not in school. Old Liu has also gone to Nanjiang. MCMAU has no grandmasters. Although everyone is fighting against the catacombs, ask yourselves honestly, is there really no one who has selfish motives? If you have 10 million, would you give it to your family or to an outsider, even if that outsider wants to go to the catacombs to fight to the death with the enemy? It's not right or wrong. The 7 high grandmasters died in battle. What we grieve the most is the vice-chancellor's death. The other grandmasters' relatives, friends, and disciples think of the other grandmasters who died in battle. However, did these 7 grandmasters not die for humanity? Do you understand what I'm saying? Fong Ping nodded. The difference between everyone and a small family is that I can fight for humanity, but I also have to take care of my family. This is my nature. If it were me, I would do the same. Between the life and death of my family and an outsider, of course, I would choose to let my family live. You're not stupid after all. Old man Li laughed. Therefore, there must be outsiders who are plotting against MCMAU now, including some snatching of students, the distribution of resources. Of course, everyone won't do anything in the open. The vice-chancellor has just died in battle, unless they don't care about their dignity anymore. However, a large number of MCMAU instructors have died in battle. Students have died in battle, and the seniors have graduated. Now, our strength is at its lowest point, even among all the students in MCMAU. Your strength is among the best. You can establish MCMAU's prestige and display the strength of the students. This is a good thing for MCMAU. Fong Ping frowned slightly. Kill them? Old man Li glared at him and said exasperatedly, Who asked you to kill them? Peak rank. 3 elites are the hope of humanity. What I mean is make a big commotion. Don't spar in secret. For example, learn from your friend Wang Jinyang and block the door and make a scene. It's normal to get hurt. As long as you're not dead, it's not a big problem. Fong Ping thought for a while and said, I don't think anyone at peak rank 3 is a match for me. Old man Li looked at him without saying a word. It's true, instructor. My bone marrow is like mercury now. Haven't you noticed? Old man Li still did not say a word. He continued to look at him. Instructor, why are you looking at me like that? This time, if you really want to challenge them, don't use your vitality advantage to defeat the enemy. Fong Ping said in distress, This? What's this for? Idiot, your vitality is unlimited. You'll only think that you win by relying on your vitality advantage. Have you really considered that you can defeat your opponents of the same rank and rank? You don't even have confidence in yourself. What invincible momentum. Bullsh *T. When you become a grandmaster, as long as you have enough energy, everyone will have unlimited vitality. It won't even be about vitality anymore, but about the control of energy. Do you really think you can defeat your opponents of the same rank? Fong Ping blinked. That seemed to be the case. When I become a grandmaster, vitality is no longer the deciding factor. What should I do then? So you have to try from now on. Don't rely too much on your vitality advantage to defeat your opponents. But you don't have confidence. Old man Li reprimanded. A powerful rank 9 Grandmaster, like Commander Lee, can fight 1 against 3, and even kill the opponent's rank 9 in a 1 versus 3 situation. A rank 8 powerhouse can fight a rank 9. Don't tell me you want to become a rank 9 martial artist who is defeated by a rank 8? Kid, look at the long term. Relying on your vitality advantage won't do you any good. Fong Ping exhaled. What the old man said made so much sense. He could not refute it. Although it was not necessary to become an invincible powerhouse among the same rank, it was not to the extent of being defeated by others, right? If one day he became a rank 8 and was defeated by a rank 7, or if a rank 9 was not as good as a rank 8, then even if he became a rank 9, it would be embarrassing enough. Then try not to use it, but it doesn't mean that you can't use it. For example, when you fought Gu Xiong in NMAU, you defeated him, then recovered your vitality. This is your advantage, do you understand? You know about this too? Nonsense. Is there anything in MCMAU that I don't know? Old man Li's emotions recovered a lot, and he smiled slightly. Fong Ping thought for a moment, muttering, "If that's the case, I can't crush them, and I can't use big moves without restraint either. Yes, you have to learn to control your strength, polish your combat techniques, and defeat your opponent with the least amount of effort." Got it. Fong Ping exhaled. In the end, he was still a little surprised and asked, "Aren't you curious that my bone marrow is like mercury?" Old man Li's posture was that of a god, and he said lightly, "What's there to be curious about? The world is big, and anything is possible. Do you think I should be shocked just because your bone marrow is like mercury? I've even seen martial artists who are born with 90% honed skulls. Do I need to be shocked? I've also seen young martial artists whose mentality is stronger than yours. Do I need to be surprised?" Fong Ping was stunned. "I think I can do it too." Old man Li's expression was a little tense. "If you King's strengthen your mentality and skull again, I'll really dismantle your bones for research." Fong Ping did not care about this. He mumbled, "Learning Vajra Punch, combining my fist force and stepping into peak rank 3. Then I'll challenge martial artists of the same rank and forge an invincible momentum. So this is my next mission?" "Yes. Then once I've achieved rank 4, will I be stronger than Wang Jinyang?" "As long as you rely on yourself and defeat those powerhouses with the same vitality, you'll be stronger than him. Although he's strong, he's not invincible among the same rank." Old man Li said with certainty. He added, "With your vitality advantage, both of you will be of the same rank and rank. He won't be your opponent." Fong Ping's eyes lit up. If that was the case, perhaps he could beat Old Wang up after a while and collect his debts? His mind was running wild. Then Fong Ping remembered something and asked in a strange tone, "Instructor, what does Naya Gukali mean?" Old man Li thought hard. After a while, he finally remembered. He said uncertainly, "It means to kill me, right?" "What do you mean by that question?" Fong Ping's expression changed. "I knew something was wrong." Old man Li said nonchalantly, "Who cares what it means? As long as it's useful. All right, you should go. This old man has something to do later." "You still have something to do?" "Nonsense. There's no grandmaster in the university. More than half of the instructors have left. If I'm not busy, why would you? I'm fine with it. Get lost." Old man Li scolded him with a smile. He felt better after talking to this kid. The dirty old man had left, but the younger generation had performed very well. MCMAU had a successor, so he was not afraid that MCMAU, which the dirty old man valued the most, would decline. Seeing that he was really busy, Fong Ping could only leave. However, he was thinking, what did old man Li teach me to say? He made a trip to the combat technique library and borrowed the cultivation materials for the Vajra fist. After reading for a while, Fong Ping's eyes lit up. He had always wanted to find a combat technique that allowed him to unleash a powerful burst of power. Vajra Punch was one such combat technique. Too bad it's not a saber technique, but if you master one technique, you'll be able to master all techniques. Fists and sabers are only different in form. Back then, my mentality was attached to the saber, and I could wield the saber like my arm. Fist and saber techniques are interchangeable. Combat techniques were created by people. People like Zhang Dingnan were creating combat techniques when they were in the middle ranks. Fang Ping was lacking in many things, so naturally he could not create one. However, if he could fuse a known fist technique with a saber technique, there was still hope for him to apply the fist technique to the saber. I have seen too little and experienced too little. Otherwise, I might not even need to learn Vajra Punch to achieve unity in my fists. After reading the materials for a while, Fang Ping looked at his wealth and vitality, frowning slightly. Wealth, 25. 5 million vitality. 954 calories, 1,219 calories plus. Mentality, 520 hertz, 549 hertz plus. Bones honed, 126 bones, 100%, 51 bones, 90% plus, 29 bones, 30% plus. I only have about 20 million wealth left. Before the defense battle, he still had 50 million wealth. After the defense battle, he had used up a lot of wealth. This time, he did not bring back any spoils from the catacombs. All the energy stones and other things were used to replace his equipment. B-class guandao and leather armor made from the skin of a middle-stage rank 5 creature were the 2 things that were used up the most. As for his cash, he had used all of it before he went to the catacombs. The remaining 2 million was still in his card at home, with Fang Yuan. Right, my phone was taken away by the military department. It's been in the shielded area. It's time to call home. This time, Fang Ping had stayed in the catacombs for 9 days. When he came back, he slept for the whole day. It was already the 30th. Looking at the time, he was engrossed in Vajra Punch. It was already late at night. I'll call again tomorrow. Fang Ping continued to have a headache as he said that. Cultivating combat techniques required wealth, and honing the bone marrow of the torso required wealth. He wanted to try honing his skull, but that would also require wealth. Where could he get wealth, though? The torso bone still needs 51 million wealth. This is a must. The wealth I have now is enough to cultivate combat techniques. Achieving peak rank 3 won't be a problem. At the end of the day, I still need to earn at least 50 million. Fang Ping sighed. His days were not going to be easy. As for the military department, he had killed many martial artists while defending the city. He had spoils, but he had to wait until the military department's war was over. At this stage, the catacombs only allowed entry, not exit. It's summer break now, right? Do you want to go home? Fang Ping was a little absent-minded. He had almost forgotten about the summer break. No wonder Feng Qing told martial artists not to think about holidays when he first saw him. Also, about the MCMAU platform, Fang Ping mumbled. A few students had died in battle this time. The reimbursement rate given by the school should be enough, but the platform had only been operating for a short time. This is difficult. Sighs kept coming. Fang Ping wanted to go back to the catacombs now. There was no need to think so much. If he ran out of money, he could just go out and kill a few catacombs martial artists. The instructors and the others are still in the catacombs. I don't know when they'll come back. The instructors and students' corpses haven't been transported back either. So many people died in battle this time. Chapter 259. Vajra Punch was a middle-ranked combat technique, but it was not created by modern martial artists. It was an ancient fist technique. Rumor had it that it had been passed down from a Buddhist sect thousands of years ago. It was created by a Buddha. Of course, rumors were just rumors. In modern people's eyes, a Buddha was a powerhouse who had entered the Grandmaster realm. Vajra Punch emphasized the unity of body, mouth, and mind. In Taoist terms, it could be understood as the unity of essence, spirit, and soul. This was a middle-ranked combat technique that many upper-stage rank 3 martial artists would learn. It was very helpful for breaking through to peak rank 3. Glaring Vajra, even Buddha is angry. Fong Ping looked at the information. Vajra, punch, emphasized strength and ferocity. The entire set of fist techniques emphasized ruthlessness and decisiveness. Fists were like Vajra with irresistible force. Fong Ping looked at it for a while and compared Vajra punch and Manic explosion. The strength depended on the individual's performance. Manic explosion was not a pure strength and ferocity technique. There were more techniques in it. Stacking consecutive slashes and outbursts was also a difficult technique to master. Vajra punch, on the other hand, did not have many techniques to master. It was more about a kind of momentum. Invincible momentum. No matter how strong you are, I will break it with one punch. Fong Ping muttered. He suddenly stood up and took a stance. His expression was ferocious. With a roar, he punched. Boom! The air exploded, and the room seemed to shake slightly. Fong Ping shook his head slightly. I still can't combine my fists. If I could, the power would be more than this. Of course, it was also because he had not understood the combat technique formula. It was his first time cultivating, so he had many flaws. The instructor isn't here. I'll ask Old Manly later. In the blink of an eye, the sky was bright. It was officially July. The other students went to class and had their holidays as usual. By the 1st of July, many had already packed their bags and were ready to go home. Unknowingly, Fong Ping's freshman year had officially come to an end. In the morning, Fong Ping turned on his fully charged phone. As soon as he turned it on, messages kept ringing. They came from many people. His sister, Fong Yuan, sent the most messages. Fong Ping first opened Fong Yuan's message. He could not help but smile when he read it. Fong Ping, call me when you see it. Fong Ping, where have you been? Where are you? If you don't return my call, I'll go to Shanghai to look for you. Fong Ping, where have you been? Mom and Dad are so worried. I'm also worried about you. Bro, if you don't call me back, I'm really going to Shanghai. I've starved myself, so thin that you won't be able to pinch my face. I went to Shanghai after the exams. Dad said that you must be busy, but you haven't been heard from for 10 days. Brother, I've booked the ticket. When he saw the last message, it was from the previous night. Fong Ping immediately called Fong Yuan. That girl was really coming to Magic City. Brother? Fong Yuan's uncertain voice came from the other side of the phone. Fong Ping smiled. It's me. You, bastard, bastard, bastard. Fong Ping, where the hell have you been? Why aren't you picking up the phone? You're not even in the service area. You're pissing me off. There was a smile on Fong Ping's face. He said softly, Didn't I say that I have to go out for a while? It's only been a few days. Why are you in such a hurry? Who's in a hurry? Fong Yuan sniffled and snorted. It's Mom and Dad who are in a hurry. I wouldn't care about you otherwise. Are Mom and Dad here? No, I'm outside. Outside? You're on the bus? What bus? Only an idiot would get on the bus. Do you really think I'll go and look for you? In your dreams. I'm playing at my classmate's house. The girl was very stubborn. Fong Ping could already hear the noise and the station announcement from the train station. Fong Ping did not expose her. He laughed. That's fun. I still have to stay in Magic City for a few more days. I'll go back in a few days. Also, you're not allowed to become thin. You even starved yourself to become thin. That's not good. You have to be thin. I'll beat you up if you become thin. Don't you dare. The siblings chatted childishly for a while. Fong Ping did not explain much. He hung up and called his father. Fong Mingrong, on the other hand, was much calmer. He asked a few simple questions about his health and did not ask anything else. During the few days when Fong Ping could not be contacted, Fong Yuan made a big fuss. Fong Mingrong was also worried. Later, Bai Jinshan came to visit and said that it was normal for Fang Ping to be uncontactable because he was on a mission. Fang Mingrong was relieved. In Sun City, there was no one who did not believe Commander Bai's words. After contacting his family, Fang Ping continued to read the messages. They were from Wu Zhihao, Yang Jian, and the others, and Li Qingze. They were all simple inquiries. Not showing up for 10 days was not too long for martial artists. However, Fang Ping saw a message from Wang Jinyang. Return to Nanjiang. Give me a call. Wang Jinyang knew about Fang Ping entering the catacombs. The higher-ups of the martial arts universities knew about MCMAU's large-scale expedition. After some thought, Fang Ping did not call him. He would think about it later. He was still reading the messages when the door rang. Fang Ping opened the door and saw Fu Changding and the others outside. Fang Ping, how's your injury? Fang Ping came back on the 29th, but he slept all the way until the 30th. No one came to disturb him, and they only came looking for him now. I'm fine. It's just a small injury. Fang Ping smiled. You guys didn't go back? Fu Changding said worriedly, the instructors and the others haven't come back yet. We still don't know how the situation is. We can't sit still even if we go back now. Fang Ping, you're the last one to come back. The vice-chancellor really, Fang Ping's expression was calm. He nodded slightly. That day, dozens of grandmasters and high ranks fought. The two cities besieged Hope City. The vice-chancellor and the others lured the enemy's high ranks away and didn't come back after that. Sigh. The few of them sighed. They were too weak. They were so weak that they could not even help with the defense in a battle of this level. They had no choice but to leave the catacombs in advance. This time, only a portion of the people in the special training classes were injured. None of them died. Instead, there were many casualties among the instructors and peak upper stage rank 3 martial artists. Even a golden body powerhouse like the vice-chancellor had fallen. Then the vice-chancellor and the others, Fang Ping shook his head. I don't know. I'm only a rank 3 student. We don't know the whereabouts of these grandmaster powerhouses, but they should be fine. Otherwise they would definitely know. MCMAU only had a few grandmasters. If 2 of them fell at once, the situation would be much worse than it was now. I hope everyone is safe and sound. Fu Changding prayed. Fang Ping did not say anything. He could not guarantee anything like this. He invited them into the house to sit down. Chun Yunqi felt a little uncomfortable as soon as she sat down. Suddenly she whispered, I'll clean up for you. Is that okay? Fang Ping was stunned. Then he felt a little awkward. He said sheepishly, You're a neat freak. Don't tell me. The room was indeed quite dirty. They had not been back for 10 days. In addition, they had fallen asleep as soon as they fell into bed, stinking of blood. There was a strange smell in the room now. Fang Ping was also tired. He was not in the mood to clean, so he did not do it. He was used to it. However, the moment they entered the door, they smelled a sour stench. No, it's just, Chun Yunqi was a little embarrassed. Fang Ping laughed. Do you know how to clean? Forget it. I'll do it myself later. As he said that, he changed the topic. Is there something you need from me? Seeing that he had rejected her, Chun Yunqi did not say anything else. Fu Changding did not care about their business. He said, It's like this. The Martial Arts Society wants to hold a meeting. The university's peak rank 2 and rank 3 martial artists are invited. You're not a member of the Martial Arts Society, so President Zhang asked us to pass on a message to you. Zhang Yu. Fang Ping frowned. Did he say something? He didn't. Fu Changding shook his head. It might have something to do with the catacombs incident. A few seniors died in the catacombs this time. Actually, it's not just the ones you saw. A few rank 4 seniors died in the battle. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. Ever since MCMAU students graduated from their senior year, there were very few rank 3 and 4 martial artists. He thought that only a few rank 3 students had died in the battle. He did not expect that a few rank 4 students had died as well. In this way, the strength of MCMAU students had really dropped a lot. I'm not a member of the Martial Arts Society. President Zhang said that right now there's no distinction between the Martial Arts Society and the Ping Yuan Club. The Ping Yuan Club strength was average, but after graduating from their senior year, the members of the Ping Yuan Club were about to enter their sophomore year. Now, among the 108 people, Fang Ping was an upper stage rank 3. Fu Changding, Zhao Lei, and Qin Yunqi were 3 peak rank 2. Yang Xiaoman, Zhao Xuemei, and a few others were also close to achieving peak rank 2. At this time, the Ping Yuan Club was not a dispensable existence. All right then, when is the meeting? Right now. Right now? So urgent. Fang Ping did not say anything more. He stood up and said, "Let's go." Didn't Zhang Yu go to the catacombs? He just came back from the catacombs a few days ago. Then a big battle broke out. He's the president of the Martial Arts Society, so he didn't go in after that. The few of them walked and chatted. Soon, they arrived at the Martial Arts Society. The Martial Arts Society occupied a huge area. At this moment, people were rushing over one after another. When they saw Fang Ping and the others, some of them greeted Fang Ping warmly. These were the martial artists who were above rank 3, who had gone on the mission with him previously. After rank 5 graduates, rank 4 was rare, and a few rank 5 had died in battle. In MCMAU, martial artists above rank 3 were the best in the school. Fang Ping also saw a familiar face, Lu Yongwen. When he saw Lu Yongwen avoided Fang Ping's gaze. Fang Ping sneered and did not look at him anymore. Last year, when school started, this guy had instigated some senior students to cause trouble for him. In the end, he had killed 2 of them. After Old Wang came to scare him a little, he had completely given up. These days, Fang Ping had not seen him. He did not expect to bump into him this time. Fang Ping was not a martial artist yet, and the other was a rank 3. Now, Fang Ping had become an upper stage rank 3. After probing just now, Lu Yongwen was only a middle stage rank 3. Fang Ping did not know if it was because he could not break through, or because he was afraid that he would die if he did. He would really die. Most of the time, if an upper stage rank 3 martial artist did not go to the catacombs, they would definitely be despised by others, including the instructors. When Fang Ping was an upper stage rank 3, Tang Feng despised him for not daring to go deep into the catacombs. If a senior like Lu Yongwen, an upper stage rank 3, did not dare to go to the catacombs, then it was not a matter of despise. MCMAU would treat such students as a disgrace. Ignoring Lu Yongwen, Fang Ping saw few people and quickly shouted, "Brother Yi, Sister Lu!" From the side, Lu Mengyao and Yi Qing strode over. Yi Qing nodded slightly, his hair still standing straight. Lu Mengyao was much more enthusiastic. When she saw Fang Ping and the others, she immediately smiled and said, "Brother Fang, Yunqi, you're here too." Qin Yunqi quickly greeted them too. Zhao Xuemei had not reached peak rank 2 yet, so she could not attend the meeting. Fang Ping and Lu Mengyao chatted for a while, then asked, "The 2 Liang brothers didn't come?" Feng Hua is preparing to break through to rank 4. Hua Bao is also preparing to break through to upper stage rank 3. He went out to do missions because Lu Fengru had warned them not to go to the catacombs for now. They did not go this time. Yi Qing had already broken through to peak rank 3. In addition to peak rank 3 Liang Fenghua, who was preparing to break through to rank 4, and Liang Huabao, who was preparing to break through to upper stage, Fang Ping suddenly realized that Lu Fengru's students did not seem to be weak at the moment. There were 2 peak rank 3. Currently, only Fang Ping was at upper stage, Liang Huabao and Lu Mengyao were at middle stage. Chunyanchi was at peak rank 2 and Zhao Xuemei was at upper stage. Among the 7 students, Zhao Xuemei, the weakest, was almost at peak rank 2. When the next semester started, Chunyanchi would have no problem entering rank 3 if nothing went wrong. Zhao Xuemei would also have no problem entering peak rank 2. Rank 3 would not be a problem either. When that time came, 7 rank 3s, or even rank 4s, would be extremely strong. The few of them walked and talked, walking toward the Martial Arts Society's big conference room. As for what Zhang Yu wanted to say, no one was too sure. Martial Arts Society, in the big conference room. At this moment, as peak rank 2 students and rank 3 and 4 students arrived one after another, there were about 100 people in the conference room. Zhang Yu, who was standing at the front, felt a little sad. At its peak, there were only a few rank 5 students in MCMAU, 2 digits of rank 4s, more than 100 rank 3s, and hundreds of peak rank 2. Now there were less than half of them. Most of the seniors graduated, but there were also many who died in the catacombs. When Fong Ping and the others arrived, almost everyone had arrived. Is everyone here? Zhang Yu asked. Zhou Yan answered immediately, other than some people who are not in school. Everyone is here. All right, let's start the meeting. Zhang Yu sat down, looked at everyone, and said, I think everyone knows about everything that has happened in MCMAU recently. There are 3 reasons for gathering everyone here. First, to send the instructors and students home. Zhang Yu's tone was solemn. Tomorrow, the entrance to the catacombs will open. The bodies of the first batch of people who died in battle will be sent out. The instructors will be buried in MCMAU South Park, but the news of their deaths must be told to their families. The instructors are busy now and can't handle these matters. The others don't know about the catacombs, so we can only send them home. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. The bodies of the students will also be cremated. The compensation and ashes will be sent back. I hope that everyone can help. Also, we need to comfort the families and contact the local government. This is something that only we can do. Everyone nodded again. They were too weak to contact the government. There might be some trouble if they went. At the very least, it would be difficult to meet the local leaders. Second, at the end of the year, the second martial arts championship will start. This time, it won't be looking at new students, but the martial arts clubs of each school. Fong Ping, I want to invite you to be the vice president of the Martial Arts Society. What do you think? In the crowd, Fong Ping glanced at Zhang Yu. He was not familiar with Zhang Yu, but he did not seem to be annoying. After some thought, Fong Ping shook his head. I won't be the vice president. Before school starts, I will challenge you. Giving me the president position is more like it. Zhang Yu frowned slightly. Xia Lei, who had been silent all this while, suddenly humphed. You talk big. Fong Ping, do you really think that you can disregard the Martial Arts Society just because you killed a few martial artists in the catacombs? Fong Ping shook his head. President Xia, don't be so agitated. I didn't say that. Don't overthink it. I don't want to be the vice president because I don't want to clash with everyone. You have to understand what I mean, Xia Lei frowned. Letting you be the vice president is just a title to participate in the championship at the end of the year. MCMAU is in a lot of trouble now. We can't lose the championship. With your speed, you should be able to achieve rank 4 by the end of the year. Without the strength of rank 4, it'll be difficult to win the championship. Fong Ping shook his head again. We'll talk about it when the time comes. There's no hurry now. President Zhang, continue. Zhang, you looked at him deeply. Then he said, Third, I hope that distance platform will close the loan system. Or rather, not close it, but collect all the credits. Gather the credits, gather the resources, and lend them to all the peak rank 2 martial artists here, so that they can achieve rank 3 as soon as possible. This includes some middle stage rank 3 martial artists, so that they can achieve upper stage rank 3 as soon as possible. Fong Ping, I'm not targeting you. I hope you can understand what I'm thinking. MCMAU's resources are limited. In order to gather 100,000 credits for all of you, the school is no longer able to subsidize everyone. But as you can see now, there are less than 100 rank 3 students in MCMAU. This is also the lowest number in years. For MCMAU's dignity, status, and reputation, we need to let some people achieve rank 3 in advance. Fong Ping frowned slightly. He said, President Zhang gathered all the peak rank 2 and rank 3 martial artists this time. Is it to pressure me? Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that. Zhang, you explained. Right now, 100,000 credits of resources are distributed among a large number of aspiring martial artists and rank 1 martial artists. Everyone is a student. If it were any other time, I would be happy if the students improved. However, things are different now. We should concentrate the resources on the students who have a higher chance of achieving rank 3, not distribute them. This is the school's purpose. Fong Ping, the school's purpose is to nurture more powerhouses. Since they are powerhouses, then they should fight for it on their own. Can I take it that you want to take away my authority now? Xia Lei interrupted. Fong Ping, the distribution of resources is the Martial Arts Society's authority. Fong Ping said nonchalantly, Then you guys can go and create a platform. You. Xia Lei was slightly annoyed. We're not talking about a platform now. We're talking about concentrating the resources to nurture rank 3 martial artists, not spreading them out to allow aspiring martial artists to achieve rank 1 and rank 1 martial artist to achieve rank 2. Even 100 rank 2 martial artists can't compare to an upper stage rank 3 martial artist. You also entered rank 3 from rank 1 and rank 2. Don't try to change the topic and pester me endlessly. Xia Lei said again, the president and I both said that this is a special period. Nowadays, more and more rank 3 and 4 students are dying in battle. Since the beginning of the year, there have been 20. We must maintain the number of rank 3 students. The number of rank 3 students is also an affirmation of a martial arts university's teaching results. Having said that, Xia Lei looked at the crowd and said, Everyone, you can also talk about your opinions. The Martial Arts Society is a student organization. This is also for MCMAU for the students. Fong Ping interrupted him directly, saying, I'm sorry. The platform is mine. I fought for the 100,000 credits myself. If you think that these credits are taking up everyone's resources, that's just your imagination. In reality, these resources were saved by the instructors so that a large number of normal students could benefit from them. Now that they're directly distributed to everyone here, the nature of this system has changed. In MCMAU, in any martial arts university, the pursuit of individual strength is not for the sake of individual strength, but for the sake of overall strength. If an individual wants to become strong, then rely on themselves. Go to the catacombs to fight and complete missions, not force the school to provide for them. This is not the style of martial arts universities. Xia Lei, I won't question whether you and President Zhang are wholeheartedly working for the public or have selfish motives. I'm more willing to believe that you are working for the public. After all, the two of you have the ability to fight for your own opportunities. However, I still want to say this. Don't stand on the side of righteousness and moral high ground to criticize and deny anything. If you take out your own resources and distribute them to everyone, then I won't have any opinions and I won't question anything. But this is not yours, and it doesn't belong to me. It belongs to all MCMAU students. The school's goal is to conduct a pilot program to see if it can promote everyone's collective improvement. Now that you want me to take it back, I'm sorry, but I can't do it. Zhang Yu lightly knocked on the table. Xia Lei was also a little annoyed. Everyone's thinking was different. They were in different positions, and they looked at the problem from different angles. 100,000 credits close to 3 billion pills and weapons and resources. It was inevitable that they could cultivate more than 10 rank 3 students. Now that these resources were allocated by the school, they were earmarked for special use. No one could use them. Now that Fong Ping had distributed these resources to thousands of students, they thought that Fong Ping was messing around. Concentrating on cultivating a group of elites was what they wanted. None of them could convince the other. 2 of Zhang Yu's 3 goals had been refuted. For a moment, some of the people in the martial arts society did not look too good. Seeing that, Fong Ping did not beat around the bush. He stood up and said, "I have something to do. I'll leave first. When the bodies of the instructors and students return, inform me. It's my duty to send them home. As for the rest, I'm sorry." After Fong Ping left, Zhang Yu rubbed his forehead. Xia Lei said angrily, "Fong Ping is messing around." Yi Qing said lightly, "Fong Ping did not embezzle any resources. He's also thinking of all the students. Why would President Xia say something like that?" Yi Qing, don't be blinded by your blindness. Let me ask you, rank 3 students or rank 1 or 2, which is more important? I don't think there's any difference. In the catacombs, rank 3 students are just cannon fodder. Yi Qing stood up immediately and said, "I only think the first suggestion must be done. The rest are nonsense. You still have the mind to fight for power at this time. How bold of you!" Xia Lei said angrily, "Are we fighting for power? Don't we want MCMAU to be stronger? Don't we want MCMAU students to be safer? Do you think it's common for us to want to die in battle? The distribution of resources should, of course, be concentrated on the martial artists who enter the catacombs, and not those who don't. They'll enter sooner or later. At least not now. Stronger now, safer in the future." At the end of the argument, everyone parted on bad terms. At this moment, Fong Ping was thinking about what Old Man Li had said earlier. Everyone had their own selfish motives. This was the difference between everyone and everyone else. Xia Lei and the others might really be doing it for MCMAU, but their family was the martial arts society. Fong Ping was the same. His family was himself. The old vice-chancellor's family was MCMAU. Zhang Dingnan's family was Nanjiang. What about Wang Jinyang? NMAU or Nanjiang? Or maybe just his instructor? Their ultimate goal was the same, to pacify the catacombs. However, the paths in between were different. I have my thoughts. You guys have yours. In the end, it still depends on the strength of one's strength. If logic can't convince them, then it'll depend on fists. Fong Ping shook his head slightly. Maybe this was the school's goal. Forget it. Let's not care about this for now. In a few days, after I've settled the things at hand, I should also prepare for rank 3 to break through to rank 4. At least I have to be faster than Old Wang. Chapter 260. While Fong Ping was consulting Old Man Li on the details of cultivating Vajra Punch, the martial arts university combat ranking list was updated once again. On July 1st, the ranking list was updated. It had only been a month since the last time, but the rankings had undergone a huge change. In the martial arts university's rank 3 combat strength ranking list, Fong Ping had made it to the top of the list with the fastest speed possible. Ling Yi, CCMAU sophomore, 20 years old, peak rank 3 martial artist. Ranking: number 1-inch peak battle record. Single-handedly fought a peak rank 4 martial artist and beheaded an upper stage rank 4 martial artist. Qin Fengqing, MCMAU junior student, 21 years old, peak rank 3 martial artist. Ranking: second. Peak battle record: killed an upper stage rank for martial artist amidst an army of 10,000. Fong Ping, MCMAU freshman, 19 years old, upper stage rank 3 martial artist. Rank: third peak battle record. Escaped from a rank 6 powerhouse. killed a rank 5 powerhouse, beheaded a middle stage rank 4 martial artist, and several early stage rank 4 martial artists. Based on the results of the top 3, Fong Ping's battle record was actually the strongest. He had killed a rank 5. Of course, this was Fong Ping's own statement. He later said that he had used a trick to kill the rank 5, and everyone agreed tacitly. However, the rank 4 martial artists that Fong Ping had killed were mostly early stage. The only middle stage martial artist that he had killed by himself was a middle stage rank 4 martial artist that he had killed during the mission period. He had killed an extremely fast martial artist that was a middle stage rank 4. CCMAU's Ling Yi was fighting a peak rank for martial artist alone. This was a battle, not Fong Ping's escape. In the battle to defend the city, Qin Fengqing's final outburst had single-handedly beheaded an upper stage rank 4 martial artist. As for who was stronger between Qin Fengqing and Ling Yi, it was hard to judge who was first and second. However, Ling Yi was a sophomore while Qin Fengqing was a junior. Moreover, he was 1 year older than her, so he was ranked second. As for the previous few, they had either broken through to rank 4 or graduated and were no longer on the list. Fong Ping fought his way into the top 3 ranks at a frightening pace. MCMAU's CLA was currently ranked 18th, a notch below Fong Ping. In addition, Liang Fenghua was also on the list, ranked 12th, and so was Yi Qing, ranked 44th. This was the Martial Arts University's combat strength ranking. From Old Manly, Fong Ping saw the entire rank 3 ranking list. You're ranked 9th. Fong Ping shook his head. My battle record is the best, okay? Even a rank 6 couldn't kill me. Are you sure? I heard that if it weren't for Tang Feng, you would have been killed. Fong Ping said sheepishly, but I've also killed a rank 5 before. Old Manly looked at him strangely as if to say, try saying that again. Fong Ping was unconcerned. He continued, I've really killed a rank 5 before. You were almost killed by a middle stage rank 4 martial artist. Boolsh *T. Didn't I still kill him in the end? Then he said, on the ranking list, there are 3 rank 3s in the military department ahead of me. Including the 2 from martial arts universities, there are actually 2 sect martial artists and 1 casual martial artist. What's going on? Old Manly sneered. That's normal. The sects are also guarding the catacombs. Casual martial artists also enter the catacombs to fight. Why can you guys become stronger, but they can't? Fong Ping nodded slightly and said, so the ones I want to challenge are them. You can start from 10th place, or even the top 20. The gap between everyone isn't that big. As he said that, Old Manly added, you don't have the advantage of vitality. You're probably not their match. That's not necessarily true. They're not much older than me. My combat techniques aren't that profound, but they might not be much better than me. You can defeat Qin Fengqing? He's about to achieve rank 4. Fong Ping said, then suddenly said, Qin Fengqing didn't show up today. He's quite a lively person. This time the vice-chancellor, Old Manly sighed softly. Don't bother about him. Qin Fengqing's father was actually the vice-chancellor's student. He was my junior, but he died in the catacombs. His father was very talented, and the vice-chancellor valued him. After he died, the vice-chancellor was very sad and regretful. After Qin Fengqing applied for MCMU, although the instructor was someone else, the vice-chancellor took extra care of him and taught him some of the combat techniques that he had taught his father back then. Strictly speaking, the vice-chancellor is not only his grandmaster, but also half a teacher to him. I see. Fong Ping understood now. No wonder Qin Fengqing's tone was so intense after the vice-chancellor died. Old Manly sighed again, shaking his head. I hope this kid can overcome this hurdle, but I believe it won't be a big problem. Qin Fengqing will only get stronger the more he fights when he encounters setbacks. After he was defeated by Wang Jinyang, he worked hard and quickly became one of the best among the students. Moreover, in the rank 3 stage, he has actually accumulated to a limit. This time he killed an upper stage rank for martial artist, which proved all this. If nothing goes wrong, he will probably choose to break through. As for the accumulation of invincible momentum, when he killed the upper stage rank for martial artist, he's more or less done it. Then, aren't those people before him the same? It depends on the individual. Some people think that the catacombs martial artists are not enough to measure their combat strength, so they choose to continue accumulating. They all want to be geniuses who can kill people above their ranks. Speaking of which, are there no geniuses like this in the catacombs? There are. Old Man Lee said seriously, and there are quite a few, but these people won't appear in the military. They mainly appear in the grinder area, including the depths of the catacombs. Actually, the area you've entered now is the outermost area of the catacombs. Fong Ping did not say anything else. Old Man Lee did not say anything else either. He began to give him some pointers about the cultivation of Vajra Punch. The cultivation of combat techniques is not an armchair strategy. The key is still in actual combat. The cultivation of your Vajra Punch mainly depends on combat to improve it. Also, it's best if you can cultivate Manic Explosion to the stage of 7 collective slashes. If you can really reach this stage, you'll undoubtedly be the first among rank 3. I know. I've learned a lot in the catacombs this time. My combat techniques have also broken through to the stage of 5 consecutive slashes. It's good that you understand. For the whole day, Fong Ping holed up in the logistics department, diligently cultivating Vajra Punch. Meanwhile, in the outside world, there was another uproar. Escaping from a rank 6 powerhouse, scheming to kill a rank 5, and killing a middle stage rank 4. Fong Ping, the rank 1 martial artist that most people were still stuck in the martial arts university championship stage, had already achieved killing a middle stage. As for the first and second place, both of them had killed an upper stage rank 4, which was also shocking. Each time was stronger than the last. In the previous rank 3 ranking list, killing an early stage rank 4 was enough to be in the top 10. Now, the top 3 were no longer satisfied with killing early stage rank for martial artists, but upper stage rank for martial artists. Nanjiang. Wang Jinyang saw the ranking list too and sighed. He remembered the first time he met Fong Ping. He was a rash young man who mistakenly took a pill, and his vitality skyrocketed. That was why he paid attention to him. After that, the incident with Huang Bin made him remember Fong Ping. Now, in the blink of an eye, Fong Ping was already famous. He's growing very fast. If this goes on, he'll catch up to him soon. Wang Jinyang smiled. A young girl beside him ate and said vaguely, "Aren't you already upper stage rank 4? It's still early for him. He's improving very fast. Peak rank 3 should be near. Once he enters peak rank 3, rank 4 will be just around the corner. At that time, I'll probably only enter peak rank 4. I'll be at the same rank." He was peak rank 3 when Fong Ping became a martial artist. Now, he was peak rank 4 when Fong Ping had probably entered rank 4. It had to be said that if this went on, he might really be caught up to. The young girl said vaguely, "He's still not your match." That might not be true. They're all growing. I'm not the only one. I told you last year you should have pulled him to NMAU. Then there might not be Fong Ping now. Wang Jinyang laughed and stretched. I should work harder. If this guy really catches up to me, it'll be embarrassing. But there's no need to rush now. Nanjiang's catacombs are about to open. When that time comes, entering for the first time will be dangerous, but also an opportunity. I'll strive to break through rank 5 or even rank 6. I believe your senior will become a grandmaster soon. Then I'll go look for the instructor. The young girl pursed her lips and lowered her head. My dad, it's too dangerous. Don't go. He might. Wang Jinyang smiled and murmured, no matter what, I have to go and see, even if. Both of them fell into silence. Wang Jinyang's thoughts also drifted far away. The catacombs door was sealed, the Tian'an catacombs army was sweeping everywhere, and the grandmasters had retreated. Was the instructor still there? Perhaps, but what if he was still there? Perhaps the instructor was currently being hunted by countless people and needed his help. If he gave up now, would he not be harming the instructor's life for nothing? Nanjiang's catacombs. Wang Jinyang exhaled softly. Danger also meant opportunity. The first time entering the catacombs. The rewards would not be small. Sun City. Fang Mingrong had been promoted again. Somehow he was transferred from the Ministry of Education to the municipal government as the deputy director of the municipal government office. They were all deputy directors, but they were not on the same level. Fang Mingrong was speechless. Faced with countless people's congratulations, he could not describe how he felt. My son escaped from a rank 6 powerhouse in a life and death battle. Others see glory, but he only sees danger. A rank 3 against a rank 6. What are they facing? Fang Mingrong was extremely puzzled. This doubt was also echoing in many people's minds. Why did such a battle result appear? Qin Fengqin killed an upper stage rank for in the midst of a 10,000 army. Was this 10,000 army an exaggeration? Was it just a figment of the imagination? Fang Ping escaped from a rank 6 powerhouse. Why would a rank 6 be chasing after him? Sino Nation still had a legal system. A rank 6 was chasing after a rank 3 martial artist. Did he really think those powerhouses were useless? Who's their enemy? Where is it? Who are they fighting with exactly? A foreign force? Or an unknown force? Why did they send a group of low-ranked martial artists to fight with middle-ranked martial artists? Sino Nation is so powerful. They have so many grandmasters. Where are the grandmasters? Questions arose in everyone's minds. On the internet, countless people were discussing it. What were Sino Nation's martial artists hiding? On the internet, some news gradually spread. Evil sect martial artists. Not the catacombs, but evil sect martial artists. A group of martial artists whose goal was to destroy the world and destroy mankind. Many people were extremely shocked. Many people only just found out that there was actually a group of evil sect martial artists active in Sino Nation. For a moment, evil sect martial artists became the target of everyone's hatred. When Fang Ping saw these news, he knew that Sino Nation was guiding public opinion. First, they threw out the idea of evil sect martial artists so that the people would have a target to vent their anger on. Gradually, they would also accept that the world of martial artists was not peaceful. They were protecting mankind, protecting everyone, and fighting against evil sect martial artists. Joining a martial arts university meant that they would have to fight against these people. It was not like what everyone imagined. Martial arts university students were just a privileged class. On the 2nd of July, the catacombs passageway opened. The first batch of human corpses that died in battle were transported out. Macmao. The main gate opened. The national flag and the school flag at the gate were lowered slowly. Salute! Qin Zhenhua's old eyes were filled with tears. He roared. The instructors and students behind him saluted one after another. Outside the school gate, many people had gathered. Magic City's business martial artists, political martial artists, military martial artists, civilian martial artists. These people did not enter the school. Outside the school, many people bowed and saluted, tears streaming down their faces. Some of them had graduated from MCMAU. They had worked hard for 60 years. MCMAU students were all over the world. 60 years of protection had finally come to an end today. Their golden bodies were shattered. Not even their bones remained. None of the human powerhouses had a good ending. Who was the hero? Only this generation. Not for immortality, not to bully the weak, not to monopolize power. Dare to fight. Fight to the death, never be afraid to fight. Not only martial artists, but also the soldiers who quietly guarded the catacombs. These people were the true heroes. In the southern area, the instructors' corpses were buried one by one. The students' corpses began to be cremated too. Some people did not even have a corpse. They died in the catacombs and were buried in the catacombs, leaving behind only an insignificant name that no one would remember after a few years. Even the old vice-chancellor only had a cenotaph. In the southern area, some strangers came. Fang Ping actually recognized many of them. In the past, he might have approached them and tried to get close to them. Right now, however, he was not in the mood. He stood in front of the tombstone, dazed. He was not the only one who was dazed. Many people were even more dazed. A rank, 8 golden body could die just like that. What about them? Would they be left with nothing but a pile of dirt in the near future? On the afternoon of the 2nd of July, Fang Ping and a group of students started running around to be the mourners. Some could not accept it. Some broke down and lost their voices. Some were grief-stricken. Some were speechless, looking at this scene. Fang Ping muttered in his heart, "I don't want someone to bring my ashes back to my family one day. I can only become stronger, stronger, so strong that no one can kill me. I don't want my parents to cry in despair. I don't want my sister's eyes to be filled with hatred. In the past, I lacked motivation. Now I don't lack it." After leaving the last house, Fang Ping's mind was clear. He had a clear goal. Become stronger. I, Fang Ping, am here. I am invincible in rank 3, rank 4, all the way to rank 9. One day, I will be so strong that no one can kill me. No one can kill me. Only I can kill. One day, everyone's hatred will come to an end. There will be an end. On this day, Fang Ping drove back to Sun City. Chapter 261. It was July, and the weather was scorching hot. When he got out of the car, there were no uncles or aunties in the neighborhood. It was not the time for them to come out and chat on such a hot day. A small city like Sun City was as peaceful as ever. Martial artists, cults, the catacombs, these things had nothing to do with the residents, unless their children were preparing for the martial sciences exams. Click. Fang Yuan was talking to someone on the phone in the living room when he opened the door. When she saw Fang Ping, she said hurriedly, "My brother's back. You guys handle it yourselves. I'm hanging up now." She had the demeanor of a big boss. Her "handle it yourselves" showed the demeanor of a boss of 3,000 people. Fang Ping's lips curled up. "My home is here. Family, country, and the world. In my heart, family comes before country. Be it selfishness or self-interest. It all comes from different perspectives. Brother." Fang Yuan hung up. She was elated at first, but her expression turned serious. "Fang Ping, how dare you come back?" Fang Ping put down his backpack and put aside the Changdao that he could not keep. He stretched out his hands and smiled. "Come, pinch my face. Your brother can't even satisfy this little bit of enjoyment." "No way." Fang Yuan refused. Did she not care about her pride? Only at home. If she pinched her face outside, how could she be the big sister? "You still dare to refuse?" Fang Ping laughed. He moved his feet and appeared in front of Fang Yuan. He pinched her cheeks with both hands and started pulling them apart. "Fang Ping." Fang Yuan was furious. Her face was pulled apart again. Fang Ping pulled her cheeks up and down like he was playing with plasticine. Satisfied, he let go of Fang Yuan and leaned back on the sofa, lazily. "You're on vacation?" "Yes." Fang Yuan was still sulking. She got a small mirror from somewhere and looked at her cheeks. She felt sad when she saw her flushed cheeks. Fang Ping was too much. "Have you achieved firm stance in your stance?" "No." Fang Ping frowned and scolded. "It's been a year. I started teaching you last June. You've been standing for a year. How have you been practicing?" Fang Yuan pouted and explained, "Almost there. Just a little bit more. I'll be there soon." Fang Ping glared at her and said, "Have you cultivated your basic combat techniques?" "Yes, I did. Last time, I broke a sandbag with one kick." "It was amazing." Fang Yuan was a little smug. Fang Ping was speechless. What was there to be smug about? Without another word, he tossed a bottle of vitality pills to Fang Yuan and said again, "Cultivate well and become a martial artist as soon as possible." He was so poor that he was practically penniless. He had to borrow credits to buy these pills. They were only a few dozen credits, so he did not care about them at all. Fang Yuan did not look at the pill. She suddenly thought of something and asked hurriedly, "Fang Ping, where have you been these past few days?" "Doing quests." "What mission?" "Why do you care so much?" "But you killed someone again." Fang Yuan pouted. "You even met a rank 6 martial artist. You're only a freshman. Why did you go on such a dangerous mission?" "Of course, geniuses are different. You don't understand. Your brother might become a rank 4 martial artist soon. Do you think I'm the same as others?" Fang Ping boasted and smiled. "Don't worry, it's not dangerous. Although I said I met a rank 6 martial artist, I have a rank 6 martial artist with me too. Otherwise, why would I be talking to you here? Girl, cultivate well. There will be more missions like this in the future. This time, it's considered short one. It's only 10 days. Next time, it might be a month, 3 months, half a year. I'm not home, so you don't have to worry about me. Take good care of Mom and Dad. Don't cause trouble for them." Fang Yuan nodded and did not say anything. The siblings chatted for a while before Li Yueying came back from grocery shopping. Li Yueying's eyes reddened when she saw Fang Ping. She put down the groceries and went forward to search Fang Ping's body. Fang Ping laughed and said helplessly, "Mom, what are you doing?" Li Yueying did not say anything. When she pulled up his sleeve and saw the puncture wounds on Fang Ping's left arm, she suddenly sobbed. It had only been a few days since Fang Ping's left arm had been punctured multiple times. Although the wounds had healed, the scars did not disappear so easily. Fang Yuan saw it too. She went forward to pull off Fang Ping's shirt. Fang Ping quickly pushed her away. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. "What are you guys doing?" "I'm a martial artist." It's normal for martial artists to have some scars on their bodies. Which martial artist doesn't have a few scars on their body? Don't make a fuss. Mom, don't cry. Those who don't know better might think that something happened to me. "You bastard." Li Yueying gave Fang Ping a good beating. As she hit him, she sobbed, "Why are you still on the ranking list? Why are you fighting a rank 6? You're not the only martial artist. Why are you showing off? Why didn't Director Tan and the others go? How old are you? Why did you go?" "Your dad kept it from me." "Did he really think that I didn't know anything? When I went out, everyone was talking about how Sun City has a powerhouse. A rank 3 fighting a rank 6. You're so capable. You're so capable. Have you ever thought about what if something happened? What would happen to me and your dad?" Fang Ping grinned cheekily. "Mom, I'm fine, aren't I? Besides, Director Tan is nothing. He's only rank 1. How old is he? Your son is almost rank 4. How can we be the same? In a few years, when your son graduates, forget about Sun City's commander. He can even be Nanjiang's governor. How can we be the same? When that time comes, you'll be the grand governor. In Nanjiang, you can do whatever you want. So what if I'm the governor? Can a governor make a living? The governor still eats that much in one meal." Li Yueying did not buy it. She said angrily, "Next time, you're not allowed to fight with others." Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. Did she think that normal people fought? However, in Li Yueying's eyes, she probably did not realize how big the difference between a rank 3 and a rank 6 was. In the vast Sun City, the only rank 3 martial artist that was known was by Jin Shan. People like Li Yueying had never seen a rank 3 martial artist fight in their entire lives. Regarding her son becoming a rank 3 martial artist, she only had this concept. How strong a rank 3 martial artist was, how strong a rank 6 was, they were probably all blank. As for the murder, Li Yueying did not mention it. She was panicking, but she was more afraid that her son would panic. She was afraid that mentioning it in front of her son would bring up bad memories. In her eyes, her son was a good child, a refined person, and a good student. If he was not forced, her son would not kill. The government had also said that those were evil sect martial artists. People from evil sects were naturally bad people. Fang Ping did not mind being lectured by his mother. However, Fang Yuan also lectured him with her hands on her hips. Fang Ping did not say anything. He pinched her still red cheeks and continued to pull. This girl was out of control. Who gave her the confidence to teach her brother a lesson? Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with tears. Fang Ping, this bastard, was too much. At night, in the gym, Fang Yuan practiced a set of basic boxing techniques. Fang Ping gave a few pointers. He thought for a while and said, "Next time, don't cultivate combat techniques in front of outsiders. Don't tell anyone what level you've cultivated it to. Keep a low profile. Your brother is high profile, so you have to keep a low profile. In front of outsiders, it's good to be a little spoiled brat. If you meet a bad guy, don't be soft-hearted. If you can kill him, don't hold back. There are more evil sect martial artists in Nanjiang these days. Be smart." Nanjiang was about to open the catacombs. Although they had been surrounded and killed a large number of evil sect martial artists, it did not mean that there were no more of them now. Now these people were scattered and active in Nanjiang. The old grandmaster who was in charge of MCMAU's southern area was also staying in Nanjiang to eliminate the remaining evil sect members. Fang Ping and the others were famous now and had a certain social status, but it also meant that they were in greater danger. They were fine if they were alone, but they were afraid that something would happen to their families. Martial arts university students were also a main force in eliminating the evil sect members. Fang Ping had killed the peak rank 3 Grand Missionary before, so it was possible that news had spread, although the battle record would not reveal information about the opponent killed. If these evil sect members did not find Fang Ping, they would be in danger if they found their families. Evil sect martial artists? Fang Yuan was not afraid. Instead, she said angrily, "If I meet them, I'll kill them." Right now, the news outside was saying that the martial artists Fang Ping and the others killed were all evil sect members. In the eyes of the little girl, if those people dared to bully her big brother, she would kill them if she met them. Fang Ping smacked her head and said exasperatedly, "You're so weak. Don't even think about it. If you meet them, they'll kill you with one slap." As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly kicked the dumbbell on the ground into the air. He caught it and squeezed it with all his might. With a crunch, the iron rod in the middle was snapped in half by Fang Ping's grip. Fang Yuan's mouth fell open, her face full of shock. "Did you see that?" Fang Ping tossed the broken dumbbell aside and laughed. "Don't think that just because you know some lousy combat techniques, you're good. A real martial artist can break metal and stone with ease. With your strength, you won't even be able to withstand a slap from them. Do you want to use your big face to block it?" That's why when you meet a real martial artist, escaping is the first task. Cultivate your pole standing to the firm stance as soon as possible and focus on basic leg techniques so that you can fight and run. Fang Yuan immediately nodded. She nodded very quickly. How scary! It was iron, and her brother had broken it in an instant. She was not as strong as iron. Seeing that the girl had memorized it, Fang Ping continued with a smile. "You're going to be a high school student soon. I heard that Sun City No. 1 High School will start a professional martial arts training class this year. Once you're in the class, learn from the teacher. I don't have the time to explain the basics of martial arts to you bit by bit." "The notice hasn't come yet." Before Fang Yuan could finish, Fang Ping said disapprovingly, "I'm just telling you that the notice will come sooner or later." Fang Ping's sister was in Sun City. If she could not even get into a martial arts training class in Sun City, that would be looking down on him. Fang Ping did not even have to go through the front door. Fang Yuan's cultural studies were not bad, and her vitality was not weak either. How could she not get in? Fang Ping was not in a hurry to leave this time. He stayed at home for a few days. He taught his sister combat techniques, familiarized himself with the Vajra punch, and chatted with his mother. Halfway through, he met up with Wu Zhihao and the others who had just returned home. He received a lot of envious looks and was forced to drink. Wu Zhihao, Yang Jian, and the others were also preparing to break through as martial artists after the summer break. Although they were not twice honed, they felt that they had reached their limit and could no longer suppress it. During that time, they briefly talked about the expansion of distance, but it would have to wait until the next semester, so they did not say much. On the 10th of July, Fang Ping put on his backpack, grabbed his Changdao, and drove to River City. Old Wang had asked him to call him when he got back, but Fang Ping did not bother to call him now. It just so happened that he was going to head north along River City. It was not that he wanted to copy Old Wang's route. The point was that there were more powerhouses in the north than in the south. There was CCMAU, SNMAU, and SCMAU in the north. If he went south, he would have to return to MCMAU. Fang Ping could not imitate Wang Jinyang and block MCMU's entrance. Moreover, there were a few big sects in the north that had powerhouses too. This time he wanted to challenge peak rank 3 powerhouses as well as sect powerhouses. Fang Ping was looking forward to it. River City. Fang Ping called Wang Jinyang when he reached River City. Both of them met at NMAU. When he saw Fang Ping, Wang Jinyang took a few more glances and suddenly asked, "Do you want to spar?" Fang Ping shook his head. No, not now. Right now, his aura had not reached its peak, and his combat techniques had not been cultivated to a high level. Even if Wang Jinyang used rank 3 strength to fight him, he would not have a chance of winning without using his vitality advantage. When he returned from this challenge, he might win, but he would only win against the rank 3 Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang had always been his target, but Fang Ping did not do it to defeat him when he suppressed his strength. When he entered rank 4 or rank 5, he would be at the same rank and level as Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang would then be his target. Fang Ping smiled as he walked. The spar will happen sooner or later. In MCMAU, there's still a mission for you. The credits are not low. A long time ago, I thought that I would get these credits. In the blink of an eye, almost a year has passed. Since I've waited for a year, I don't mind waiting for another year. Wang Jinyang clasped his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. Seems like you're very confident that you'll surpass me soon. Martial artists should have at least this bit of confidence. Didn't you tell me that martial artists must fight? It's necessary to fight. Then I'll wait for you. Wang Jinyang smiled and said, I'm just afraid that you won't be able to catch up. I will. Brother Wang, don't slack off. Ever since I started learning martial arts, you're the one who had the biggest impact on my martial arts. You're the first person I've come into contact with, and you're also the first person of my age that I find it difficult to surpass. I've slowly left the others behind. On the path of martial arts, I still need a benchmark like Brother Wang to stimulate me. Very arrogant, but you, who have achieved rank 3 in a year, have the right to be a little arrogant. Wang Jinyang chuckled. Since you see me as your target, then continue to work hard. On the path of martial arts, it's because there are people like us that it's more exciting. Wang Jinyang said that Fang Ping was arrogant, but he was not weak himself. Both of them laughed. After a while, Wang Jinyang returned to the topic at hand. I'm looking for you this time to check on your progress. Although we haven't fought, it seems like you're doing well. Secondly, I want to remind you to hurry up. If everything goes smoothly, the Nanjiang catacombs will open at the end of this year or the beginning of next year. The opening of the catacombs for the first time is dangerous, but it's also an opportunity. The other catacombs have been open for many years. Actually, the good stuff in the periphery has already been collected by human martial artists. You didn't find anything good in the Magic City catacombs, did you? You didn't see any valuable herbs, animals, or plants that are worth killing, did you? The Magic City catacombs have been open for decades. Even a useful blade of grass in the periphery has been uprooted by humans. The newly opened catacombs won't be like that. However, the newly opened catacombs are also the most dangerous places. You don't know if you'll meet a high-ranked martial artist in the next moment. So, if you want to reap the benefits, you need to be strong. In the outside world, it's very difficult for us to rely on ourselves to advance. The higher the rank, the harder it is to advance. As for the other catacombs, you have to go deeper, deeper, deeper into places that no one has gone before to reap the benefits. The new entrance. That's completely different. Fang Ping's expression gradually turned serious. He asked, "It's confirmed that Nanjiang's catacombs are going to open soon. What's the specific location?" "It's hard to tell for now, but it'll be soon. Actually, when the catacombs entrance opens, you can feel it. When the passageway opens and the energy passageway is successfully built, it will gradually release a large amount of energy particles. Right now, we're investigating. Where the energy particles are increasing in intensity, there's a high chance that the catacombs entrance will open. In fact, you didn't realize that the overall energy particles in Nanjiang are slightly more active now. This is also an important basis for determining that the catacombs entrance is in Nanjiang. The construction of the energy passageway isn't something that can be done overnight. I hope it's not in Sun City, Fang Ping sighed softly. Wang Jinyang said nonchalantly, "It's the same wherever it is. The catacombs entrances are increasing. If it's not in Sun City today, maybe another entrance will be opened in Sun City tomorrow." "That's true. This time, you're going all the way north to prepare for a breakthrough to rank 4? Aha. Have you chosen your opponent?" "I've decided. Yunmeng Military School will be the first one." Wang Jinyang glanced at him. After a while, he said, "There are many powerhouses in military schools. None of the 3 big military schools is weaker than the famous schools. Moreover, martial artists from military schools have more opportunities to participate in the catacombs battles. Don't fail at the first one. It's okay to fail. I'm not afraid of failure. It's enough that I've discovered my own shortcomings. Then, I wish you a safe journey." As he said that, Wang Jinyang added, "You can go to military schools and martial arts universities alone. If you go to the SEX, it's best if an MCMAU instructor goes with you." Fang Ping frowned slightly. Wang Jinyang explained, "It's not that they'll harm you, but the SEX, martial arts universities, and military schools are 2 different systems. You might not even be able to enter. Moreover, in the SEX, there are also a group of conservative martial artists. If you bully them, they'll feel that it's the greatest humiliation. There might even be a few radical martial artists." "I understand. It's okay. Actually, even if I didn't remind you, if you really went, MCMAU would probably send someone to help." Fang Ping smiled bitterly. That might not be the case. Most of MCMAU's instructors were not in school now. It seemed like he could only ask Old Man Li to hold the fort when the time came. The 2 of them chatted for a while. On NMAU's campus, some people saw them. However, after recognizing Fang Ping, the passers-by's expression did not look too good. Although it was not good, Fang Ping was ranked 3rd in the rank 3 martial arts university combat strength ranking. In NMAU, no one was a match for him, except for this student, Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping did not care about the others. He met Gu Xiong on the way, and the 2 of them chatted for a while. Chapter 262. Beihu Province. Yunmeng Swamp. When the car entered Beihu, Fang Ping suddenly mumbled, "Is it really appropriate to choose Beihu as the first stop?" He gently caressed the crescent moon, saber beside him. Guan Yu II had died in battle here. However, the place where Guan Yu II had died was still some distance away from Yunmeng Military School. "I'm not Guan Yu II. It has nothing to do with me. There are many people who use sabers." Fong Ping exhaled and drove forward until the car arrived outside Yunmeng Military School. Although Yunmeng Military School was not well known in the outside world, it was one of the 3 big military schools in the military department. If it was considered a martial arts university, it would have a very high status among martial arts universities, comparable to the Big Two. Of course, it was only comparable. Although there were many powerhouses in military schools, there were fewer Grandmaster-level powerhouses than the Big Two. After getting off the car, Fong Ping was not in a hurry to challenge. He walked to the gate of Yunmeng Military School. The school was much smaller than MCMAU and much simpler. The only ones who felt a little imposing were the soldiers, standing guard outside with guns. This was one of the advantages of military schools. In the eyes of ordinary people, they looked more dignified. This was something that martial arts universities could not compare to. Most people would not be able to recognize martial artists. Fong Ping walked to the front of the sentry box, looked around, and said, "Hello, comrade. Can I have a look at the school?" The soldier on duty said meticulously, "Non-military school students are not allowed in. If you need to find someone, you can register at the sentry box. We will send someone to pass the message for you." "Then please help me find someone." Fong Ping thought for a while and suddenly scratched his head. Was it appropriate for him to find someone like this? If he found someone and they came out, he would tell them that he was here to challenge them? That was not dignified at all. After some thought, Fong Ping said suddenly, "Forget it. I'll come back later." Fong Ping strode away, taking out his phone to call Wang Jinyang as he walked. "Brother Wang, how should I go about this challenge?" Wang Jinyang was stunned for a moment. After a while, he said, "It's up to you. If you want to challenge Yunmeng Military Academy formally, you should submit your letter of challenge to Yunmeng Military Academy according to the rules of the martial arts world and wait for their arrangement. However, this method might be very slow. The military school might need to communicate with MCMAU before making a decision. And, considering some circumstances, the challenge might be rejected. If you want to proceed quickly, it's very simple. You carry your saber and stand at the gate of the military academy and shout, 'There's no one in Yunmeng Military Academy. Do you dare to fight?' There's a high chance that a fight will break out very quickly." Fong Ping laughed dryly. "So barbaric? You're so barbaric. Otherwise, why would I accept your challenge? If you wanted to break through and accumulate momentum, they might not think the same way. If you wanted to achieve the reputation of being invincible among rank 3 martial artists, the military school martial artists might not want that. They had to keep a lower profile. So, I think you should go with the second plan. It's simple and it won't take up too much time. Moreover, I won't be perfunctory or fooling you. I'll definitely fight as hard as I can. That's the only way to challenge you. Otherwise, the formal challenge arrangement might fool you. Do you understand?" "Is that so?" Fong Ping muttered, "I understand." After thanking him, Fong Ping hung up. He turned his head to look at Yunmeng Military School and took a deep breath. Fine, let's do it savagely then. If he really wanted to wait for the review, who knew how many days the process would take? He had a lot of plans this summer. No wonder Old Man Li had said that blocking the gate was fine. Blocking the gate of a martial arts university and a military school was the greatest humiliation. Their powerhouses would never shy away from a fight. Even if they thought it was not worth it, they would not avoid it. Looks like I'm the same as Old Wang. I'll be hated by everyone in the future. Yunmeng Military School, the strongest rank, 3 martial artist, ranked 14th in the national rank, 3 ranking, 5 places lower than me, but he's also very strong. My goal for this trip is to break through to peak rank 3 first, then accumulate momentum for rank 4. In that case, it's best if I don't use my Yanyu Adeo. After thinking things through, Fong Ping saw that it was getting late. He did not choose to challenge today. He would find a place to rest for the night and adjust his condition. Soon, Fong Ping drove away. July 11th, early in the morning. in front of Yunmeng Military School's gate. Fang Ping held his saber and stood proudly, saying loudly, Magic City Martial Arts University freshman Fang Ping is here to challenge Yunmeng rank 3 students. No one will be rejected. Please advise me. Magic City Martial Arts University freshman Fang Ping. His voice reverberated in the school. Inside Yunmeng Military School. Suddenly, someone said angrily, Do you really think that Yunmeng has no one? You've gone too far. Every year, you use Yunmeng Military School as a target to show off your power. Every year, people come to challenge you. Beat this bastard to death. The angry roar was very loud. Fang Ping, who was at the school gate, suddenly felt that something was wrong. This anger was exceptionally strong. Did people come to challenge him every year? Thinking about it, it did not seem wrong. Fang Ping was not the only one who wanted to accumulate momentum. In the next moment, more than 10 young people in military singlets gathered at the school gate. There were both men and women. Their eyes were extremely unfriendly. One of them shouted, Fang Ping, how dare you block Yunmeng's gate? Do you think that there's no one in Yunmeng? Fang Ping did not waver. He said lightly, No one in the lower 3 ranks can defeat Yunmeng. Fight or hide. Yunmeng decides for itself. Bastard, I'll fight you. In the next moment, a tall man in military uniform walked out of the school. His vitality was turbulent, and his body was full of killing intent. With a sullen expression, he said, Yunmeng Military School junior student Yao Zhangyu. Fang Ping looked at him and said calmly, You're too weak. Are you sure you want to fight? Cut the crap. As soon as Yao Zhangyu's voice fell, his military boots stomped on the ground. In the next moment, he clenched his fists and smashed them toward Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping held the saber in his right hand, but he did not move. His left hand formed a seal, and with a roar, his left fist punched out. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yao Zhangyu, who had just closed in on Fang Ping, was hit by the punch. He flew backward and rolled on the ground. Those below upper stage rank 3 are no match for my punch. Don't embarrass yourself. Fang Ping shouted, Is there no one in Yunmeng? Yao Zhangyu, who had fallen to the ground, was flushed. A few people behind him hurried forward to help him up. One of them shouted, Wait a moment. We're just normal students in Yunmeng. Yao Zhangyu is only representing himself. Yao Zhangyu had been defeated in one move. Yunmeng had lost some face. These people were not upper stage, rank 3 martial artists. If they went up, it would be Yunmeng who lost face. There was no need to wait any longer. Soon, another group of people walked out of the school. There were men and women, but they were no longer young people. Some of them were middle-aged martial artists. They were obviously military school instructors. These people were all wearing military uniforms, but their expressions were cold and indifferent. The middle-aged martial artist, who was the leader, glanced at Fang Ping and said, The challenge can be carried out according to the rules. Fang Ping, you've blocked Yunming's school gate. You should be prepared for the consequences of your actions. Of course, I'm invincible in rank 3. I have no fear. All right. The middle-aged martial artist did not say anything else. He turned around and shouted, Zhu Wenlong, you fight him. You can only win. In the crowd, a young man with a dark complexion walked out, holding a long spear in his hand. As he walked out of the school gate, the young man said coldly, Zhu Wenlong, peak rank 3 martial artist. Fang Ping frowned and said calmly, You're ranked 46th on the rank 3 ranking list. You're not the strongest among Yunming's rank 3. Are you sure you want to fight? Do you dare? Fang Ping suddenly threw his Changdao. It stabbed into the ground and did not move an inch. Fine. After I defeat you, I'll fight the strongest rank 3 in Yunmeng. Before he finished speaking, Fang Ping stomped on the ground. The cement floor cracked instantly. Zhu Wenlong saw him throw his Changdao. Anger flashed in his eyes. Did he really think that Fong Ping was invincible among rank 3? The moment Fong Ping stomped on the ground, Zhu Wenlong's spear whistled. The spear pierced through the air, and the sound of the explosion echoed for dozens of meters. Fong Ping's fists glowed with blood-red vitality. He did not dodge. With a roar, he punched the spearhead with his right fist. Bang! A loud sound of metal colliding was heard. Zhu Wenlong's spear trembled. In the next second, Fong Ping was already in front of Zhu Wenlong. His left fist glowed with blood-red light as he punched at Zhu Wenlong's throat. Zhu Wenlong was not afraid at all. He shouted coldly and pulled his spear back, sweeping it at Fong Ping's waist instead of stabbing. Fong Ping did not even look. His Vajra fist could not be returned. How could he avoid it? Ha! A roar came from his mouth, and his fist speed increased by 30%. Zhu Wenlong raised his left elbow, blocking while continuing to sweep Fong Ping with a spear. Neither of them dodged or retreated. They were determined to meet force with force. 2 dull thuds were heard. Fong Ping's fist landed on Zhu Wenlong's left arm, and his other hand hammered Zhu Wenlong's spear again. Zhu Wenlong stomped on the ground and retreated a few steps, cracking the ground. Wenlong's vitality isn't as strong as his, and his physique is weaker too. He's no match for him in a head-on fight. At this moment, the middle-aged man in military uniform who had spoken earlier shook his head slightly and explained. This MCMAU kid's vitality has exceeded 1,000 calories. The expressions of the people behind him changed slightly. The middle-aged man in military uniform continued. His bone and physical strength are also stronger than the average peak rank 3 martial artist. Look at the hardness of his fists, combined with the vitality outburst. Even C-grade alloy is slightly deformed by his hammering. As he spoke, the middle-aged man in military uniform continued. However, his Vajra punch has not been cultivated to perfection. Otherwise, Wenlong wouldn't have simply retreated with 1 punch. He might have suffered internal injuries. Although he's not weak among the rank 3 martial artists, he can't compare to Qin Zhuang. As he spoke, a tall boy behind him had been watching Fong Ping and Wenlong's fight. After hearing what was said, he said in a low voice, "I heard that Fong Ping is an expert in manic explosion. Now that he's given up on his saber and switched to his fists, I'm afraid he's thinking of practicing his fists. He wants to achieve unity in his fists and step into peak rank 3. The people around him nodded. The middle-aged man in military uniform shook his head. It's not that simple. I see that his Vajra punch is overflowing with power. I'm afraid he's just a beginner. If he doesn't use a saber, he might not be Wenlong's match." The crowd did not speak anymore because the situation had changed. "You want to beat me with your fists? Do you really think you're invincible?" Zhu Wenlong was knocked back by Fong Ping's punch, but he was not injured at all. His spear was like a dragon, piercing forward. The spear seemed to have come to life, circling around Fong Ping's neck like a dragon snake. Fong Ping's fists moved quickly, hammering away at the spear, but he could not gain much of an advantage. "My vitality isn't condensed enough. My fist strength isn't clear enough either. Otherwise, I could have used Vajra punch to convulse his internal organs and injure him severely." Unity in fists, Fong Ping's mentality attached to his fists, capturing the flow of vitality and condensing it. After a while, Fong Ping's expression changed abruptly. He attached his mentality to Zhu Wenlong's long spear. This peak rank 3 martial artist had managed to achieve unity of fist force, or rather, unity of vigor. When the long spear stabbed out, the force was perfect. Fong Ping quickly observed the flow of his opponent's vitality and the distribution of his energy particles. He could not observe this unless he was fighting. His opponent was too strong and did not give Fong Ping a chance to observe. Right now, however, Zhu Wenlong's strength was equal to his, so Fong Ping could observe him clearly. His fists were still hammering away. At first, Zhu Wenlong was able to block it easily, but soon his expression changed. The strength of Fang Ping's fists was not much different from before, but the force that had spilled out earlier was gradually condensing, and the power of each punch was greater. "Huh!" Zhu Wenlong roared again. He wielded the spear with both arms in a dazzling manner. Some martial artists below upper stage rank 3 could not even see his next move clearly. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was finding it increasingly difficult to block. His forehead was drenched in sweat. Outside, a student frowned. "Is this the standard of a martial arts university's number 3? Fang Ping was number 3 in the martial arts university ranking and number 9 in the overall ranking. Zhu Wenlong was not in the martial arts university ranking, so he was number 46 in the overall ranking. Logically speaking, there was still a gap between him and the top 10. Right now, it seemed like Zhu Wenlong had the upper hand. Fang Ping was only relying on his stronger physique to hold on. The power of his combat techniques was not that great. With this standard, he dares to say that he's invincible among rank 3. There's really no one left in martial arts universities. You can't say that. It can only be said that Fang Ping is useless. Don't forget, the martial artists who ranked high in martial arts universities were all powerhouses." As soon as he said that, everyone nodded. This was not the first time that Yunmeng Military School had been challenged. As one of the 3 big military schools, it was a good choice to train. In the past few years, martial arts university students, students from other military schools, and disciples from sects had come. There were very few who were impressive. Fang Ping. Now, it seemed like the top 50 in the overall ranking was the best he could do. He was still far from the top 10. At this time, as the two of them continued fighting, their vitality was greatly depleted. Fang Ping's vitality was overflowing, so his consumption was greater than Zhu Wenlong's. His advantage in vitality was gradually being offset. However, Fang Ping was not surprised. Now he was constantly using his mentality to probe Zhu Wenlong's method of exerting force and the distribution of energy. Gradually he gained something. "I see. Is this the control of power?" Fang Ping mumbled. The blood-red glow on his fists was diminishing. Outsiders would only think that his vitality was being depleted, so much that he could not even maintain his vitality force. However, the middle-aged martial artist and the others in the military uniform had a strange look in their eyes. MCMAU's Fang Ping was really a genius. He had begun to control his energy during the battle, unlike before when he used his vitality force recklessly. Genius martial artist. The middle-aged man in the military uniform sighed. There were indeed many geniuses in martial arts universities. There were also many geniuses in military schools, but most of them had to rely on repeated battles and killings to learn these things. Fang Ping had begun to open the path to peak rank 3 just by sparring. "Wenlong is going to lose," the middle-aged man in the military uniform said. In the next moment, in front of him, Fang Ping's fists had completely returned to their normal color. However, the moment they collided with Zhu Wenlong's spear, a powerful, blood-red glow exploded. After this punch, Zhu Wenlong's spear trembled violently. The web between his thumb and forefinger, which was holding the spear, ruptured instantly. Fresh blood stained the spear. Fang Ping did not attack him. Instead, he seized the opportunity. His fists rotated and quickly hammered the spear. Zhu Wenlong retreated continuously, but he could not avoid Fang Ping. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 punches had landed. Zhu Wenlong's hands loosened abruptly, and the spear fell to the ground. At this moment, his arms were still trembling, and blood was dripping from the web between his thumb and forefinger. Fang Ping's face was pale, but he did not pursue. He smiled and said, "You've lost." Zhu Wenlong's tanned face was slightly flushed. After a moment, he picked up the spear and said in a muffled voice, Next time, when I'm killing enemies in the catacombs, let me witness your might. I won't let you down." Fong Ping smiled very happily. He did not use his vitality advantage. His vitality of 1,200 calories and above was his original advantage. This was not one of them. Relying on Vajra Punch, analyzing Zhu Wenlong's method of collective energy, and the advantage of bone marrow honing, he had beaten the peak rank 3 Zhu Wenlong until he dropped his weapon. This also proved that Zhu Wenlong was no match for him. However, Fong Ping had a rough idea of the method of collective energy. He was also learning it, but he had not reached the stage where he could use it flexibly. This also meant that he had not entered peak rank 3 yet. Zhu Wenlong was not too disappointed. He picked up the spear, turned around, and retreated. At this moment, the next person stepped forward. Yunmeng Military School, Chen Jiaowang. Chapter 263. Do you know Chen Jiaxing from Donglin Martial Arts University? Fong Ping asked as he looked at the tall young man opposite him. Chen Jiaowang was very tall, and he was also holding a gun. In the military academy, the weapons they used were more of a unified standard, which made it easier for them to coordinate with each other in team battles. Hearing this, Chen Jiaowang shook his head lightly and said, "I don't know him, but I know him. Old Grandmaster Qin is also a role model for our generation of martial artists. MCMAU's Grandmasters, especially Vice-Chancellor Zhang, is also a role model for us to learn from. This is how martial artists should be." Fong Ping nodded as well. These Grandmaster powerhouses, including the martial artists and soldiers who died in the catacombs, are all role models for our generation. He did not mention role models. Fong Ping did not want to die in battle, but those people were indeed heroes among men. Without asking further, Fong Ping's vitality was fully restored in the blink of an eye. Chen Jiaowang frowned slightly, and the instructors behind him were also surprised. MCMAU's Fong Ping was indeed capable. Chen Jiaowang was not in a hurry. He asked no saber. "There's no need for that. I want to consolidate my fist force and breakthrough to peak rank 3. So I'm your trial stone." "I'm sorry, but that's what I think. It doesn't matter. I've also used people as practice stones. However, you blocked the gate of my Yunmeng Military Academy. I won't go easy on you in this battle. This is also what I hope to see." The two of them stopped talking, and there was no referee. At the end of the conversation, Chen Jiaowang's blood and qi on his spear were condensed to the extreme, and so was his speed. Fong Ping had wanted to use the same method he had used on Zhu Wenlong to deal with him. But when he saw the vitality force on the long spear, his expression changed, and he retreated quickly. Just because he was tough didn't mean he was stupid. Just as he retreated, Chen Jiaowang's spear tip appeared in front of his chest. Fong Ping's waist bent backward instantly, and he lifted his leg to kick. Chen Jiaowang's arm moved, and the tip of the spear quivered. It changed from a stab to a slap, hitting Fong Ping's chest with a smack. Pooh! Blood spurted out of Fong Ping's mouth, but he managed to kick the long spear away. He was injured in one move. Some people from the Yunmeng Military Academy looked happy. Zhu Wenlong, who was ranked 46th in the overall ranking, had just been defeated. Everyone was still a little sad and worried. Of the 3 military academies, Yunmeng Military Academy was the weakest. However, no matter how weak they were still one of the 3 great military academies. No one would feel comfortable being a stepping stone for others year after year. Zhu Wenlong had been defeated, and there were still 2 people ranked higher than him. However, one of them was ranked 37th, and his strength was similar to Zhu Wenlong's. The strongest was still Chen Jiaowang, ranked 14th. Everyone was worried that Chen Jiaowang would be defeated, but now Chen Jiaowang had injured Fong Ping with one move. Naturally, they were overjoyed. Fong Ping's expression was solemn. He did not care about these minor injuries. He just didn't expect Chen Jiaowang to be stronger than he had imagined. His speed was extremely fast, and his spear technique was also seamless, making it almost impossible to find any flaws. This is the kind of pressure I want. Fong Ping growled in his heart. In the next second, Fong Ping straightened his back and attacked Chen Jiawang's throat. Chen Jiawang did not block. He moved his feet and retreated a few steps, the long spear once again appearing at Fong Ping's chest. Fong Ping no longer swung his fists. His fists turned into palms, and he slapped the spear's shaft repeatedly. After 5 consecutive hits, the long spear deviated from his chest and pierced the air. Although Fong Ping used his hands to perform 5 consecutive slashes, he did not have much vitality outburst. Right now, what he needed to learn was to conserve his vitality so that he could defeat his opponent without using ultimate moves. He did not want to use every move to outburst, which would deplete his 1,000 calories vitality in just a few hits. Similarly, other martial artists did the same. Unless it was a one-on-one battle and it was a critical moment to kill, ultimate moves were rarely used in battle. Although Chen Jiawang's long spear had been slapped away and Fong Ping was close at hand, he was still calm. He swung his left fist and exchanged more than 10 blows with Fong Ping. Using the force, Chen Jiawang retreated again. His long spear was used to the point of perfection, and in the blink of an eye he appeared outside of Fong Ping's throat. Fong Ping was slightly flustered. He leaped higher and stepped into the air. He struck a few palms from above, and only then did he block his opponent's killer move. Fong Ping is no match for Jiawang. Inside the school, the middle-aged man in military uniform waved his hand, gesturing for the crowd to retreat and make way for the two of them. He said softly, "Fong Ping's time in combat techniques is not as long as Jiawang's. It's almost impossible for him to defeat Jiawang purely by relying on his physical strength and powerful vitality. Of course, if he keeps using ultimate moves to suppress Jiawang, he won't be a match for Fong Ping unless Jiawang can kill him in one hit. I don't think so. I think he's here to accumulate strength. I think the MCMAU instructors have told him that if he only relies on vitality to suppress Jiawang, it won't help him improve his combat techniques and control his strength. Then the challenge will be meaningless," another instructor retorted. If Fong Ping really wanted to use his unlimited vitality to suppress Chen Jiawang, then what was the point of challenging him? It would not help him improve at all. If it was not to show off and prove that he had a lot of vitality, then Fong Ping would be wasting his time doing this. As they were talking, someone suddenly said, "There's still no explanation for his vitality. What's going on?" The middle-aged man in military uniform said softly, "It's said that his bone marrow has turned jade-like, which is caused by the mutation of his mentality. It allows him to capture energy particles at this stage and speed up the recovery of vitality in his bone marrow. Of course, we don't know the specifics." This is the answer given by MCMAU. Most of the MCMAU instructors are fighting in the catacombs now, and Vice Chancellor Zhang has just perished together with a rank 8 enemy. Don't ask any more, understand? Everyone nodded quickly. If they were to ask again and dwell on this, they would be bullying MCMAU for having no one. If it was not for Fong Ping's provocation now, no one would dare to step in if the high grandmasters of MCMAU returned and attacked them for an explanation. The old vice-chancellor had just killed a rank 8 and died in battle. Now a genius student was being looked for. If they did not look for trouble, they would not be able to survive in MCMAU. While the instructors of Yunmeng Military School were discussing, Fong Ping was caught off guard and stabbed in the chest by Chen Jiawang. Fong Ping took a few steps back, causing the ground, which was already broken to begin with, to collapse completely. Uffed! Fong Ping spat out another mouthful of blood. His gaze was extremely solemn. Chen Jiawang was really strong. Fong Ping's combat techniques were slightly slower than his. Prediction, collective energy, Chen Jiawang was almost at the same level as Qin Fengqing, but Fong Ping was much weaker than them. "I have to use Vajra Fist to fight him," His opponent's physique and vitality were not as strong as his. As long as his Vajra fist was collective, Chen Jiawang would not be his match. When he thought of this, Fang Ping stopped retreating. He swung his fist quickly and punched the spearhead. Bang! The sound had just faded when the next one was heard. Chen Jiawang was not in a hurry. He kept waving his spear, stabbing, sweeping, stabbing and picking. The students around him were all impressed. This was the strongest rank 3 powerhouse in Yunmeng. Fang Ping, the martial artist, ranked 3rd on the Martial Arts University Combat Strength ranking, could only take a beating now. His clothes were already torn, and his body was covered in wounds. Chen Jiawang, on the other hand, was almost unharmed. I'm not using big moves. I'm so aggrieved. Fang Ping punched the spear again, but his heart was full of grievance. But I keep using big moves. Maybe I'll never be able to reach peak rank 3. If he could not master collective energy, he might be stuck at upper stage rank 3 forever. This was something Fang Ping could not accept unless his physique and vitality were strong enough to break through to middle rank with his physique. But that was not what Fang Ping wanted. Collective energy is also a manifestation of the combination of essence, spirit, and soul. I shouldn't use my mentality to probe anymore. Instead, I should use my body and mind as one, to explode and experience. His mind was full of thoughts. In the next moment, Fang Ping suddenly roared. His left hand reached toward the void and grasped the air. At this time, Chen Jiawang's spearhead seemed to have voluntarily come to him, and Fang Ping grabbed it. Then, Fang Ping took the opportunity to close in. His right fist and Chen Jiawang's left fist exchanged more than 10 blows. This time, Fang Ping did not retreat. Neither did Chen Jiawang. Fang Ping held his spear. Unless he abandoned it, Chen Jiawang did not think he needed to do so. Both of them continued to exchange blows, sparks flying everywhere. Some students below upper stage rank 3 watched with shining eyes. Fang Ping and the others' bodies were really forged like alloys. Unity of Vajra! Fang Ping roared. The area around his fist seemed to explode. There was no sound, but the shock waves spread in all directions. Chen Jiawang did not make a sound. When Fang Ping attacked, Chen Jiawang punched back. Bang! There was a loud bang. Chen Jiawang took 3 steps back, but Fang Ping took 7 or 8 steps back. He staggered and almost fell. You're still a little lacking. You've barely grasped the basics of collective energy, but compared to me, you're still a long way off. Chen Jiawang finally opened his mouth after fighting for so long. Fang Ping panted and said in a low voice, I'm a little lacking, but that doesn't mean I can't defeat you. Then you can try. Chen Jiawang suddenly stabbed his spear into the ground and shouted coldly, I'll let you see what a Vajra punch is. Chen Jiawang's face was full of anger. He roared and stomped his feet hard on the ground. The cement floor around him cracked and caved in again. In the blink of an eye, Chen Jiawang appeared in front of Fang Ping, his fists moving quickly. Fang Ping's eyes were also full of anger. His fists hammered continuously. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bangs were heard. The sound of metal colliding became louder and more frequent. More than 10 seconds later, a figure flew out. In midair, Fang Ping stepped on the air, wiped the corner of his mouth, and rushed back to his original spot. This guy's really tough. The middle-aged man in military uniform sighed when he saw Fang Ping flying after being hit by Chen Jiawang and then charging in with his injuries. Zhu Wanlong, who was still recovering, exhaled and said, His physique is very strong. Chen Jiawang can't really hurt him. In terms of physical strength and bone strength, this guy seems to be stronger than us. Maybe the mercury-like bone marrow is true. The middle-aged man in military uniform was only a beginner rank 6. It was difficult for him to determine whether Fang Ping's bone marrow was really mercury-like. However, judging from Fang Ping's physique and the destructive power when he stepped on the ground after losing control of his strength, MCMAU might be telling the truth. This kid's bone marrow was really mercury-like, just like NMAU's Wang Jinyang. What's going on in Nanjiang? No, what's going on in Sun City? Can it really make people's bone marrow mutate? The middle-aged man thought for a while and felt that it was necessary to investigate. Maybe he could really take in a few students with bone marrow mutations. Bang! Fong Ping was sent flying again, but he gritted his teeth and continued charging. Just a little more, just a little more. My collective strength is still lacking. My strength is not condensed enough. Otherwise, Chen Jiawang would not be my opponent. With this thought in mind, Fong Ping was sent flying 7 to 8 times in a row. His body was covered in blood, but he still continued to fight. Soon, everyone realized that the battle between the two could be seen clearly. Chun Jiawang's face was pale, and so was Fong Ping. There were no vitality fluctuations in the battle, but a pure physical collision. In the next moment, someone was sent flying again. This time it was not Fong Ping. Chun Jiawang spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was a little ugly. He did not say a word and continued charging. This time, Chun Jiawang was sent flying again at a very fast speed. Fong Ping roared, "Is there no one in Yunmeng? All rank 3s come at me together. A bunch of trash!" Chun Jiawang's expression alternated between black and white. The others were also red with anger. You've been sent flying more than 10 times, and we didn't even look down on you. Now you're even provoking us. On the side, an instructor humphed. His vitality has been depleted. Chun Jiawang is not as strong as him in terms of physical strength. This kid is getting arrogant. No, he's trying to provoke us into attacking him together. He has a reason to recover his vitality and continue using his combat techniques. He's about to break through. Should we fulfill his wish? A few of the instructors were not too happy about it. This kid was very arrogant, and he was not from their school. Now that the battle had reached this stage, if Yunmeng did not continue to send rank 3s to pressure him, could he still rely on himself to hone his combat techniques? The middle-aged man in military uniform pondered for a moment. Suddenly he said, "Those who are upper stage, rank 3s and above, go up. As long as you don't kill him, you can beat him up however you want." As soon as he said that, the students looked at each other. Then, 4 or 5 people suddenly rushed out. They had wanted to beat this bastard up for a long time. The moment they rushed out, Fong Ping's eyes lit up. His vitality had suddenly recovered. Then, the vitality fluctuations on his fists were obvious. With one punch, he sent an upper stage rank 3 girl flying. The girl flew out and fell to the ground. She clutched her chest and said in grief and indignation, "You, Fong Ping, you're really shameless. I've long heard that you specialize in hitting women's chests. Kill him." This time the boys were provoked. How many girls in our military school are there? It's bad enough that you, Fong Ping, beat up girls in MCMAU, but you came here to beat up girls. This is unforgivable. The few upper stage and peak martial artists were not weak either. Peak martial artists could achieve collective vitality and besiege Fong Ping. Fong Ping could not care less about what was in front of him. Although he had knocked some people out of the battle circle, there were also people who hit him until he swayed. Although Chun Jiawang's vitality had been depleted, his physique was not weak. Chun Jiawang was extremely annoyed that his vitality had been depleted by Fong Ping. At this moment, he did not retreat. While Fong Ping was sending someone flying, he took the opportunity to punch the right side of Fong Ping's face. The head was a fatal injury for those below Grandmaster level. However, he did not use vitality force. Fong Ping was also an upper stage rank 3 martial artist who had modified his body, so it was not that easy to kill him. As expected, Fong Ping only cried out in pain. It was not a big deal, but the right side of his face suddenly swelled up. "Don't hit the face when you hit people. You've angered me," Fong Ping roared. Suddenly, a blood-red glow flashed on his fist. In the blink of an eye, Fong Ping had sent an upper stage rank 3 martial artist in front of him flying. The martial artist spat out blood in mid-air. Collective fist force. The martial artist in mid-air roared. Then he said angrily, "Don't replenish your vitality if you have the guts. Kill him." "I didn't plan to replenish my vitality in the first place. Come on, let's see who kills who. Go all out." Fong Ping had just finished shouting when the middle-aged man in military uniform suddenly roared again. More than 10 martial artists who had not reached upper stage rank 3 beside him rushed in instantly. "Do you have any shame? What kind of hero is ganging up on me?" Fong Ping roared angrily. Everyone's faces darkened. "Didn't you say to attack together just now? Now that we've satisfied your wish, you're looking for trouble." No one paid attention to him. These people did not care if Fong Ping's punch landed on them or if they were injured. They suppressed their anger and rushed forward to either hit his face or kick his crotch. Even Zhu Wenlong, whose vitality had not fully replenished, rushed forward quickly. This kid's arrogance had no limits. "I'm peak rank 3 now." Among the crowd, Fong Ping roared. His Vajra fist had also exploded with great power. Martial artists below upper stage rank 3 were killed with 1 punch. His attacks were 100% accurate. If they were hit, they would be sent flying, no longer able to fight. However, there were too many people. He could only focus on one side, but not the other. Soon, Fong Ping's entire face was swollen. After fighting for 7 to 8 minutes, Fong Ping sent Yao Zhengyu flying with his last punch. He straightened his back and panted. "I won." The middle-aged man in military uniform frowned slightly. He said mildly, "There are still more than 30 rank 3 martial artists in the school who have yet to arrive." Fong Ping's expression changed slightly. He said sheepishly, "Then I'll fight after I replenish my vitality." "What's the point of that? Don't you want to train yourself?" "I'm peak rank 3 now. I've achieved collective fist force." "Humph." The middle-aged man in military uniform could not help but let out a humph. He looked at the rank 3 martial artists who had been beaten up by Fong Ping and frowned. During the battle, Fong Ping's collective fist force had depleted Chen Jiaowang's vitality. No one was a match for him after that. In a situation where Fong Ping had not replenished his vitality for a second time, he had defeated everyone with his strong physique. It had to be said that Yunmeng Military School had indeed embarrassed themselves this time. Moreover, Fong Ping had achieved collective fist force now. Even if Chen Jiaowang had replenished his vitality, he might not be a match for him. After sweeping a glance at Fong Ping, the middle-aged man in military uniform humphed. "Get lost. If anyone from MCMAU dares to come to Yunmeng again, we won't show any mercy." Fong Ping laughed dryly. He did not say anything. He walked to the side, pulled out his Changdao and walked out. The middle-aged man in military uniform said that he had shown mercy, but that was an exaggeration. However, it had indeed helped Fong Ping in the end. At that time, both Chen Jiaowang and he had depleted their vitality. The two of them had fought hand to hand, which did not help much with collective fist force. Yunmeng Military School's encirclement had also created an opportunity for Fong Ping. After he had replenished his vitality and used his combat technique, Fong Ping had seized the opportunity to complete collective fist force. Because of that, Fong Ping did not want to embarrass the other party. If he said that he had shown mercy, then that was it. After all, he was not coming. It was none of Fong Ping's business who would come next from MCMAU. Fong Ping could not be bothered to care if they were beaten up by these infuriated Yunmeng students. "I'm peak rank 3 now." After leaving Yunmeng Military School for a few hundred meters, Fong Ping suddenly laughed. His first stop had accomplished half of his goal. Next, with the strength of peak rank 3, it would be easier for him to challenge the martial artists who were ranked higher. After all, Chen Jiaowang was only ranked 14th. Apart from Fong Ping, the others in the top 10 were not to be trifled with. Just as Fong Ping was feeling proud of himself, A passerby, a small child, suddenly leaned against his mother and whispered, "Mommy, pig head!" The child's mother glanced at Fong Ping. Seeing the saber in his hand, her face showed fear. She hurriedly picked up the child and ran back. Fong Ping was stunned. He raised his Changdao and looked at it with the reflection of the blade. He suddenly humphed. Yunmeng Military School. I'll come back when I'm rank 4. Chapter 264. On the 11th of July, Fong Ping battled a rank 3 martial artist from Yunmeng Military School and broke through to peak rank 3. In the next 2 days, Fong Ping did not show up again. However, the martial arts world paid attention to these genius martial artists. Soon, some news spread. While Fong Ping was accumulating his invincible momentum on his journey north, on the 12th of July, Qin Fengqing, who had not appeared for many days, appeared in MCMAU as a rank 4. However, he soon disappeared from MCMAU. CCMAU's Ling Yi was not well known before. In July, she had climbed to the top of the Martial Arts University Combat Strength ranking. Now that she was testing her sword in the capital region, it was highly possible that she would bump into Fong Ping. After Yao Qingjun, CCMU's Li Hansong quickly achieved peak rank 4 and officially took over CCMAU's Martial Arts Society. He was known as the top student in martial arts universities. According to sources, MCMAU's Zhang Yu had achieved middle stage rank 4. However, after Li Hansong achieved peak rank 4 and MCMAU's old vice-chancellor died in battle, MCMAU's Martial Arts Society seemed too weak. Rumor had it that Zhang Yu intended to step down as the president of the Martial Arts Society, but it was not Xia Lei or Qin Fengqing who the outside world had speculated. According to the grapevine, Zhang Yu had recently invited Chen Wenlong, who had been training in the military, to return to the school to be the president of the Martial Arts Society. Chen Wenlong was also a third-year student in MCMAU. However, he spent most of his time training in the military. He was a rank 3 martial artist from the same batch as Yao Chengjun, Li Hansong, and Wang Jinyang. Now that he had achieved upper stage rank 4, he was extremely powerful. Sino Nation Martial Arts University's Liu Shiji had entered upper stage rank 4 and was now in charge of the Sino Nation Martial Arts University Martial Arts Society. South Capital Martial Arts University's Chen Haoren entered middle stage rank 4 and took charge of the South Capital Martial Arts Society. According to sources, Nanjiang's Marshal King Jinyang had already entered upper stage rank 4 for many days. These were the current students of martial arts universities. They were either rank 4 or true elite students who were about to achieve rank 4. However, ever since the last batch of graduates, martial arts universities had yet to produce a rank 5 student. There was a temporary gap in the number of rank 5 students. Who would become the first rank 5 student in a martial arts university was also the focus of many people's attention. Li Hansong, Wang Jinyang, Liu Shiji, or would the latecomers catch up? As for Yao Qingjun, he belonged to the military school system, which was not considered the same system as martial arts universities, so he was not included. Among them, MCMAU, which was one of the 2 elite universities, appeared to be in an extremely awkward position. The students who graduated from MCMAU this year were extremely strong, with a few rank 5 students holding the fort. Even CCMAU was only on par with MCMAU. However, following the deaths of many rank 3 and 4 students in MCMAU in the past 2 years, the strongest student, Chen Wenlong, had only recently stepped into upper stage rank 4. However, after entering MCMAU for a year, Fong Ping had consecutively broken through ranks. At this moment, he had achieved peak rank 3. Many people were paying attention to him. Could Fong Ping, who had achieved 3 ranks in a year, reverse MCMAU's declining situation? The news of the martial arts world only circulated in their own circle and did not spread out. At this moment, Fong Ping, who had just achieved peak rank 3, did not continue north. Instead, he was consolidating himself and digesting his gains. Of course, it was also to reduce the swelling. Fang Ping did not want to go out and challenge people with a pig's head. He could not afford to lose face. After breaking through to peak rank 3, Fang Ping's ability improved again. Wealth, 22. 5 million vitality. 1,150 calories. 1,259 calories plus. Mentality, 530 hertz. 559 hertz plus. Bones honed, 126 bones, 100%. 51 bones, 90% plus. 29 bones, 30% plus. Manic explosion had reached the stage of 5 consecutive slashes. Vajra punch had achieved collective punching force. Cloud Step was the first middle-ranked combat technique to achieve great success. Other than that, Fang Ping had also mastered the blood arrow method. However, it was not very suitable for sparring. Blood arrow method was more suitable for life and death battles in the catacombs. On the 13th of July, Fang Ping practiced repeatedly until he had truly mastered collective punching force. Only then did he continue his journey north. Next stop, Zhongzhou Province. Yunmeng Military School was in Beihu, one of the 3 big military schools. Zhongzhou Province did not have a military school, nor did it have a famous martial arts university. However, it had famous sects, not just one. Zhongzhou was the province with the strongest sections. Following the decline of sects, martial arts universities and the military department were now the leaders in other places. Zhongzhou was the only place where the sects were considered strong. Wangwu sect belonged to the Taoist sect, Shaoshi Mountain. Wanshan Temple belonged to the Buddhist sect, and sects of all sizes. Zhongzhou was full of sections. Following the rise of martial arts universities in the entire Sino nation, the sects had declined. There were only 20 to 30 sects left. In Zhongzhou, there were more than 10 sects, occupying half. High Grandmaster Zhao Xingwu, ranked 8th on the Grandmaster ranking, was appointed as the leader of the Sects Alliance. High Grandmaster Zhao was from the Wangwu sect. Zhongzhou also had an entrance to the catacombs. Zhongzhou's catacombs entrance was mainly guarded by the major sections. It served the same purpose as martial arts universities. Fang Ping was most curious about the sections. Since he started practicing martial arts, he was no stranger to martial artists from martial arts universities. He was no stranger to martial artists from the military department. He had also met martial artists from the Department of Investigation Services and other departments in the political world. This included martial artists from the business world and martial artists who specialized in scientific research. He had met all of these people before. However, Fang Ping had not met a single sect martial artist. In Magic City, there was no space for sects to survive. Hence, there were no sects in Magic City. Among the rank 3 powerhouses he was going to challenge, there were 2 sect martial artists who were ranked ahead of Fang Ping. One of them was from the Buddhist sect, Wanshan Temple. On the contrary, the Wangwu sect, where High Grandmaster Zhao was from, and the extremely famous Shaoshi Mountain, did not have any well-known rank 3 powerhouses. The other sect, rank 3 powerhouse, came from Capital City. Capital City had sects which were different from Magic City. The rank 3 powerhouse from Wanshan Temple was ranked 7th on the rank 3 overall ranking. Fang Ping dared not underestimate him. He did not head straight for Wanshan Temple. The first thing Fang Ping did when he stepped into Zhongzhou's territory was to go to Eternal Sun Village. In Zhongzhou, although there were many sects, some sects were just a few insignificant people with weak abilities. Eternal Sun Village sounded like a village, rustic and unsophisticated. However, this village was a sect, and one that was not weak at all. Eternal Sun Village had no grandmasters, but they had a rank 6 powerhouse holding the fort. Among the sects, they were considered second to none. In the rank 3 overall ranking, there was someone from Eternal Sun Village who was ranked 15th after Fong Ping, one rank lower than Qin Zhuang. However, between the top 20 and top 10, these people's abilities were almost the same. The order of their rankings did not mean that they had fought each other before, nor did it mean that the person ranked 15th was really weaker than the person ranked 14th. Fong Ping could not be considered to have defeated Qin Zhuang. He and Chen Jiawang fought until both of their vitalities were depleted. In the early stages, Fong Ping had been lagging behind. In the later stages, he relied on his strong physique to slightly salvage the situation. By the time his vitality had recovered, Chen Jiawang's vitality had been depleted. Fong Ping did not have the chance to fight Qin Jiawang again after breaking through to peak rank 3. Fong Ping planned to use this person from Eternal Sun Village as a test subject. After that, he would go to Wan Shan Temple to challenge the person ranked 7th. After driving for half a day, Fong Ping finally arrived at Eternal Sun Village on the afternoon of the 13th. Although Eternal Sun Village was called a village, it was actually a small town with an antique atmosphere. People who practiced martial arts generally did not lack money. Their social status was also high. Eternal Sun Village had been passed down for many years. Even if they did not care about enjoying themselves, they would not really find a run-down little mountain village to live in seclusion. Eternal Sun Village was divided into 2 parts. In front, there were some newly built ancient buildings that were open to the public. Eternal Sun Village could also be considered a small tourist attraction. Although it was already summer, there was still no lack of tourists. Entering the boundary of Eternal Sun Village, the first thing that came into view was a huge gatehouse. 3 large words were carved in flamboyant calligraphy, Eternal Sun Village. When Fong Ping got out of the car, holding a chongdao in his hand, he attracted the attention of many tourists. Is that a martial artist? I think so. Look at that saber. It doesn't look fake. I heard that there are many people who practice martial arts in the unopened area behind Eternal Sun Village. Is it a martial artist from Eternal Sun Village? I'm not too sure, but he looks a little familiar. Among the tourists, there were some who discussed in low voices. However, no one dared to go near Fong Ping. In the eyes of ordinary people, martial artists, no matter how strong or weak they were, belonged to a privileged class. Especially in recent years, the government was still constantly elevating the status of martial artists. Nowadays, the polarization was getting more and more serious. However, there were very few interactions between ordinary people and martial artists. In addition, the threat of the evil sect martial artists had been made public. Some ordinary people who were previously dissatisfied with the current situation were now venting their resentment on these evil sect martial artists. Fong Ping was not in the mood to communicate with these people. He walked into the gatehouse and stepped onto the bluestone paved street. On both sides of the street, there were shops selling specialty snacks and tourist souvenirs. It was extraordinarily lively. Is such a noisy environment really suitable for practicing martial arts? Fong Ping was doubtful. Whether it was martial arts universities or military schools, they were actually all opened in quiet areas. Usually, they were not open to the public. MCMAU was so big. Most of the time, one might not even see a single person after walking for half a day. When practicing martial arts, one was afraid of being distracted easily. MCMAU was located in a metropolis like Magic City. Its interior was also quiet and peaceful. However, this sect from Eternal Sun Village actually opened their sect in a tourist attraction. Moreover, they took the initiative to open it to the public. This was slightly out of Fong Ping's expectations. In his imagination, the sect should be opened in the deep mountains and forests. In reality, Fong Ping was wrong. Martial artists also needed to eat, drink, and poop. Unlike martial arts universities which had government funding, sects could actually receive some subsidies from the government, though it was very little. These sect martial artists were not many in number, but they also needed to eat, drink, and poop. These things were rarely done by martial artists themselves. There were also some daily necessities and cultivation consumptions. They could not rely entirely on harvesting from the catacombs. Some martial artists lacked a source of funds. Eternal Sun Village, opening up to the tourist industry, was also a way out. It was not just the tourist industry. In Eternal Sun Village, Fong Ping also saw recruitment advertisements for martial arts training classes. Here, martial arts training classes were also set up. This was also a good business to earn money. A rank 4 martial artist was enough to oversee it. The tuition fees ranged from a few $100,000 to a few million. However, there was still no shortage of students. A large number of ordinary people could not enter martial arts universities when they were young. After they had earned money, they would also pursue to become martial artists. Eternal Sun Village relied on the peripheral tourism industry to attract people, letting more people know that there were martial arts training classes here. This, in turn, attracted more people from the society to sign up. This was the main source of daily cultivation consumption in Eternal Sun Village. Fong Ping walked on the street, holding a guandao in his hand. He also attracted a lot of attention. After walking for a short while, Fong Ping stopped in front of a small building with a signboard that said Eternal Sun Martial Arts Training Hall. He stopped walking. After a while, a middle-aged man dressed in black martial arts training clothes walked out. The middle-aged man had a mustache. He looked dignified. When he looked at Fong Ping, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Little brother, are you passing by, or are you here to challenge the hall?" As soon as he said that, many people in the hall on the first floor of the small building turned their heads to look at him. On the street, there were also some tourists watching from a distance. Fong Ping sized up the middle-aged man for a moment. He shook his head and said, "I'm not challenging the hall. I'm not passing by either. I want to enter Eternal Sun Village." He was already in Eternal Sun Village now. Yet, he said, he wanted to enter Eternal Sun Village. The middle-aged, mustache man did not find it strange. He frowned and said, "You want to enter the village to look for someone? I'm MCMAU's Fong Ping. I'm from MCMAU. I want to spar with Senior Zhang Zhenhua." MCMAU's Fong Ping. The middle-aged mustache man immediately knew who the other party was. He also knew the other party's purpose. However, the middle-aged man was immediately enraged. He gritted his teeth and said, "Our Eternal Sun Village doesn't fight for fame and wealth with others. The sects are weak, and the martial arts universities are strong. We retreat again and again, but you guys come knocking on our door again and again." Last year, NMAU's King Jinyang heavily injured Zhenhua. Until now, Zhenhua has been stuck at peak rank 3, unable to step into rank 4. Now, you're here to challenge us again. Do you really think our Eternal Sun Village is a pushover? Fong Ping was dumbfounded. "I didn't know. Are you venting your anger on me? I'm being wrong too. Is Old Manly here?" Before he left, he had given Old Manly a call. If he did not come, would the people of Eternal Sun Village use him as a sacrifice? Also, Old Wang had challenged Zhang Zhenhua before. This guy had reminded him before to bring an MCMAU instructor with him before he came to the sect. Could it be that he knew something like this would happen? It was highly possible. He, Wang Jinyang, had also followed this road all the way north. Although he did not challenge too many powerhouses on the ranking list, it was not like he did not challenge any of them. The others were peak rank 3 previously. Now that it had not even been a year, it was normal for them to still be peak rank 3. He would not be implicated by Old Wang on his way north, would he? For a moment, Fong Ping did not know what to do. However, very quickly, Fong Ping took a breath and said, "I'm only here to challenge. I have no intention of bullying. Martial artists should fight for fame and wealth. Zhang Zhenhua is ranked at the top of the rank 3 combat strength ranking list. It's not surprising that I'm here to challenge him. Uncle, why didn't you inform me that Zhang Zhenhua is a peak rank 3 martial artist who is about to enter rank 4? Does he not even have the guts to fight? Humph! The mustache man snorted heavily. He glanced at Fang Ping and said coldly, Fine. Since you insist on challenging him, our Eternal Sun Village is not afraid of trouble. However, you took the initiative to challenge him. In the sect, it's different from your martial arts universities. If you lose, leave some prizes. Leave your guandao. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. The mustache man said mildly, What? You don't dare? If you don't dare, then leave. Eternal Sun Village has no obligation to be your opponent. Since you want to challenge us, naturally, you must pay the price. Fang Ping took a deep breath and said, What if I win? If you win, you'll have achieved your goal. What else do you want? The mustache man sneered and continued, If you have no chance of winning, I advise you to leave. If you lose your weapon in a martial arts competition, even if your MCMAU grandmasters come knocking, you won't be able to get it back. Fang Ping did not hesitate for long. He said in a low voice, Sure. The reason he came north this time was to become stronger. If he cowered and cowered before the battle, then he should not challenge the top 10 martial artists. As for losing, Fang Ping snorted. How was that possible? If it really came to that, then he could not blame him for cheating. Although this was not in line with his original intention, a B-class crescent saber was worth 50 to 60 million. Fang Ping could not afford to lose it. Hearing Fang Ping's agreement, the mustache man laughed and said, All right then, follow me. Having said that, the mustache man turned around and looked at the people in the martial arts dojo, saying, You're in luck this time. Follow me too. I'll let you witness a real battle between martial artists. As soon as he said that, the students in the martial arts dojo beamed with joy. In the martial arts training dojo, everyone's goal was to become a martial artist. At the aspiring martial artist stage, there were not many martial artists they had seen, let alone spectating martial artists' fights. Many of their instructors were actually aspiring martial artists too. Only when you were breaking through would middle-ranked martial artists come out from Eternal Sun Village to protect you. Now, to be able to witness a battle between rank 3 martial artists was an opportunity that was hard to come by. Fang Ping wanted to say something, but hesitated. Are you using me as a free advertisement? Have you paid me the endorsement fee? Chapter 265. As Fang Ping followed the mustached man into the depths of the town, the students from the martial arts dojo who followed behind were also discussing Fang Ping in whispers. He just said he's MCMAU Fang Ping, the Fang Ping who ranks 3rd on the rank 3 ranking. It's him. I've seen the martial arts university championship video before. He's already a rank 3 martial artist. Sigh. No wonder these people can enter martial arts universities. It's understandable that we couldn't get into martial arts universities back then. Even becoming a martial artist is so difficult. I heard that there are many powerhouses in Eternal Sun Village, but this is the first time I've seen their martial artists fight. Do you think they can win? I don't know. Also, is there anyone from Eternal Sun Village on the rank 3 ranking? I didn't notice. I'm not sure. Besides, that's the martial arts university combat strength ranking. Eternal Sun Village isn't a martial arts university. We don't know much about their martial artists. After all, we're not martial artists. We don't know much about martial artists. We'll only know when we become martial artists. Fang Ping heard this but did not say anything. He could only say that these people were overthinking. Most of the martial artists in the martial arts training class stopped at rank 1 or 2, and almost all of them were vitality martial artists. Although it was now required everywhere that martial artists must cultivate combat techniques and be checked every year. Even if these people cultivated combat techniques, they would not know about the catacombs unless it was really critical and they were required to enter. Otherwise, The matters of the martial arts circle would have nothing to do with them. As they entered the depths from the noisy periphery, the noise seemed to stop abruptly. After crossing a courtyard wall, the first thing that came into view was a large square. On the square, there were many people practicing punches. One of them, a skinny old man, was guiding a few 15 or 16-year-old children in their punches. When these children punched, each of them was vigorous and full of vigor. However, Fong Ping glanced at them. Their vitality was not strong, just slightly higher than the average person. He did not know whether it was because they lacked pills or because they were building their foundation first and then consolidating it later. Before the age of 18, if they had a good foundation and cultivated pole standing to a certain level, even if their vitality was not too high, their progress in the later stages would not be slow, but extremely fast. Many people did not have strong abilities when they entered martial arts universities. Most of them had around 120 calories vitality. However, in just a few years, there were many who had entered rank 3 and 4. On the contrary, before the age of 18, he had consumed a large amount of resources, but his progress was not fast. Feng Yuan's progress was not fast. In fact, she had consumed quite a lot of pills. This had to do with the fact that her bones had yet to develop and her qi and blood had yet to reach their peak. Therefore, when it came to the cultivation of second-generation martial artists, some of them who came from well-off families would cultivate earlier, not caring about the consumption of resources. Those from poorer families would have to wait until they were 18 years old or enter a martial arts university before they started cultivating. However, these people had a solid foundation and improved quickly. The mustached man brought people in. The skinny old man who was teaching fist techniques turned his head to look at them and frowned slightly. The mustached man shouted from a distance, "Third uncle! Someone wants to challenge Zhenhua." "Nonsense," the skinny old man shouted. Suddenly, his eyes lit up frighteningly. He swept a glance at Fong Ping and shouted coldly, "I don't have the time to accept the challenge. Get out." "Third uncle," the mustached man shouted. He jogged over and whispered a few words. Fong Ping noticed that the old man had been staring at his Changdao for a while. He was speechless. It seemed like Eternal Sun Village was not rich. This old man was at least a rank 5 and above martial artist. However, when he saw Fong Ping's guandao, his eyes lit up. Was he going to rob him? In reality, most rank 6 powerhouses used B-class alloy weapons. Rank 5 martial artists did not use many of them. Rank 4 and 5 martial artists mostly used C-class alloy weapons. The weaker ones, the poorer ones, used D-class weapons too. Fong Ping was using a B-class weapon. For a rank 3 martial artist, it was really a waste. The old man seemed to know about the agreement between the mustached man and Fong Ping. A smile appeared on his face suddenly, and he said loudly, "Go! Get Zhenhua here!" In the square, a few teenagers who were practicing fist techniques glanced at Fong Ping and the others curiously. Then, someone ran deeper into the village. Fong Ping did not care about this. He looked around. The square should be the martial arts field. The martial artists in Eternal Sun Village were almost all related. It could be said that they were from a sect, but it could also be said that it was a family martial arts inheritance. As for the attire and the like, it was no different from the outside world. There were no robes or coats as he had imagined. However, Eternal Sun Village was probably quite poor. Most of the weapon racks in the martial arts field were made of wood. Some were made of iron. Looking at the luster, they were just ordinary steel, iron, and alloy weapons with the luster of alloy weapons. As the teenagers entered the residential area at the back, Fong Ping saw someone running toward them at high speed. "Who wants to challenge Zhenhua? He's got some guts. He's looking for death." Zhenhua is about to enter rank 4. Rank 3 martial artists, who is Zhenhua's match. A group of middle-aged men and women, some fast, some slow, walked out from the depths of the village. There were not too many people, but there were quite a lot of martial artists. Fong Ping observed for a while. Eternal Sun Village could leave a name in the sect world and pass it down to this day. They still had the ability. Fong Ping saw that there were no less than 5 middle-ranked martial artists. After all, this was just a village. Even if the village was not small, judging from the buildings at the back, there were at least 100 families. Even if there were 5 people in a family, there were only about 500 people. With such a small population, even if there were no powerhouses who came out, 1% of the people were middle-ranked martial artists. That was enough to shock people. In the huge Sun City, there were hundreds of thousands of people. Almost no middle-ranked martial artists could be seen, except for martial arts university students like Wang Jinyang. In a small Eternal Sun village, there were quite a few middle-ranked martial artists. Martial artists in the 3 lower ranks were not rare either. Such a ratio was indeed scary. Where do they get the resources to nurture so many martial artists? Or could it be that the sects have their own unique secrets? If they could produce martial artists in large quantities, the government would have done it long ago. However, Fong Ping gradually saw something. Among the martial artists, there were also many who were disabled. Resources obtained from entering the catacombs. Fong Ping had a rough idea. The catacombs was extremely dangerous. From the looks of it, for the sake of resources, the martial artists of the sects might be more hardworking than martial arts university students like him, and they cared more about actual combat. In martial arts universities, rank 1 and 2 martial artists almost never participated in actual combat. There were rank 2 martial artists, but very few rank 1 martial artists. The school would also constantly subsidize them. The sects did not have such benefits. The more it is like this, the more it means that they are willing to pay more for resources. I have to be careful this time. Right now, it seemed like his B-class glaive was a huge temptation to them. Zhang Zhenhua, who was going to fight later, might use his ultimate move. In Yunmeng Military School, it was actually a real spar. Here, however, it might not necessarily be a spar. Once in the arena, it will also be a battle of life and death. Fong Ping thought of his instructor's words again and took a deep breath. This was also what he wanted. Although they were all human martial artists, and the martial artists on the ranking list were also human elite martial artists, it was not really worth it to fight to the death here. However, survival of the fittest and breeding goo was also a very common phenomenon in the martial arts world. Just as Fong Ping was thinking about this, a few youths walked out from inside. When Fong Ping saw one of them, he was slightly stunned. The other party also saw Fong Ping and was slightly stunned. Then he nodded at Fong Ping and said, "Fong Ping, so it's you. I was wondering who it was. Why are you here?" Fong Ping blurted out. Zhang Jingguang laughed. "I'm from Eternal Sun Village. Isn't it normal for me to be here?" The newcomer was CCMAU's Zhang Jingguang. Fong Ping had met him a few times during the championship. Zhang Jingguang's fighting style seemed soft and powerless, but when it was time to be tough, it was tough and fierce. During the championship, he had defeated Qin Jiaxing as a rank 1 against a rank 2. Of course, Qin Jiaxing had also fought once at that time. However, Zhang Jingguang defeated a rank 2 as a rank 1, which proved his strength. At this moment, Zhang Jingguang was already a rank 2 martial artist. From January until now, half a year had passed. It would be strange if Zhang Jingguang and the others had not entered rank 2. Han Su had already entered rank 3, and the others would soon follow. "Are you from Eternal Sun Village?" Fong Ping asked suspiciously, then at CCMAU. Fong Ping did not finish his sentence. Compared to the cultivation resources provided by his family, entering CCMAU was, of course, an excellent choice. The sects were no longer complacent. Their members would also join martial arts universities, the military department, and the Department of Investigation Services. Those who got into martial arts universities would go to martial arts universities. Those who could not get into martial arts universities would stay behind in their sects or families. This was probably the current situation of the sections. Integration was a trend. However, there were still a group of sect martial artists who were unwilling to let their disciples enter martial arts universities. This would cause their sect imprint to gradually disappear, and in the end they would be assimilated. Sects that had been passed down for many years might disappear very soon. Because Eternal Sun Village was a family-style sect, they did not reject the family disciples entering martial arts universities. This was expected. Beside Zhang Jingguang were a few young men and women. Seeing Zhang Jingguang greet Fang Ping, someone whispered, "Is this the MCMAU student who defeated Third Brother's team last time?" "I think so, but I don't think he fought with Third Brother." Fang Ping and Zhang Jingguang had not fought before. CCMAU and MCMAU had fought twice. The first time, Zhang Jingguang did not go on stage because he was injured. The second time, he went on stage and punched Chun Yunqi at the risk of being injured. Chun Yunqi was injured and angry. In the end, Zhang Jingguang fell. Chun Yunqi vented her anger on Han Su, who went on stage next, beating Han Su until he was stunned. Speaking of which, there were still many grudges between CCMAU and MCMAU. However, both of them did not have much hatred. When they met, Fang Ping and Zhang Jingguang did not show any hatred on their faces. There was no need for that. Third Brother is only upper stage rank 2, and he's already peak rank 3. He's so powerful, even more powerful than Third Brother. Among the young men and women, there were also a few young girls who looked at Fang Ping with admiration. Zhang Jingguang, who was admitted to CCMAU, was already a genius among geniuses in everyone's hearts. Now that they saw Fang Ping, who was stronger than Zhang Jingguang, it was only natural for them to admire him. Zhang Jingguang was not angry. Instead, he whispered, "Admiration is admiration, but don't get any ideas. I heard that this guy is not interested in women. When he meets beautiful women, he will beat them up. You guys, don't get too close to him." A young girl who looked not much older than Fang Yuan said in surprise, "Why? Could it be that he is?" Zhang Jingguang shrugged. "I'm not familiar with him, so I don't know what's going on." However, he had heard the rumor that MCMAU Fang Ping liked to beat up female martial artists. Speaking of which, it was quite a long time ago. Not long after he entered CCMAU, a few girls from CCMAU had already mentioned this. It was news from MCMAU. It was said that when MCMAU started school, Fang Ping beat up a few female martial artists from MCMAU half to death. The freshman girls were all boycotting Fang Ping. This should be true. Anyway, Zhang Jingguang felt that the possibility was very high. Otherwise, how could it have spread from MCMAU to CCMAU? As a peak rank 3 martial artist, Fang Ping had sharp ears and eyes. Zhang Jingguang spoke softly, but Fang Ping heard him clearly. At this moment, Fang Ping's expression was dark. He had felt that this was not right when he was in Yunmeng Military School. He was not familiar with the people in Yunmeng Military School, but the female martial artist in Yunmeng Military School knew him, and even said that he beat up women. Now, even CCMAU's Zhang Jingguang knew about it. "Yang Xiaoman." Fang Ping let out a muffled humph. This news was most likely spread by her. Back when school started, this woman had joined forces with the girls in his class to boycott him. Now it had spread everywhere. He would deal with her sooner or later. While Zhang Jingguang and the others were discussing, the young man who looked more mature next to him was sizing Fang Ping up. After a while, the young man said with a smile, "MCMAU's Fang Ping is much more famous than me now. Why did you think of challenging me?" "Accumulating strength." Zhang Zhenhua's eyebrows twitched, and he chuckled. "So, you want to create an invincible rank 3 aura? Forgive me for being blunt, but it's difficult. This kind of accumulation can't be stopped or defeated. What is invincible? In the rank 3 stage, no matter how strong you are, I can still defeat you. Qin Fengqing seems to have broken through rank 4, but there are many rank 3 powerhouses above you. CCMAU's Ling Yi is close to breaking through rank 4 and has killed upper stage rank 4 martial artists. She, on the other hand, is only ranked 3rd in the rank 3 ranking. However, I heard from my brother that Ling Yi is very strong, at least much stronger than me. Are you sure you can defeat her? When you accumulate strength to the peak, if you lose to someone else, you'll be helping them accumulate strength. Many peak rank 3 martial artists are waiting for people like you to challenge them. They don't have to waste too much time. Defeating you will be enough to improve their vitality. Ling Yi aside, this time you came to Chengqiu, I'm afraid you're going to challenge that little monk from Wanshan Temple. But, in my opinion, you might not be his match. I've fought with him a few times and seen him a few times. Your aura isn't as strong as his. A martial artist's aura could not be used as combat strength. However, at the same rank, the same level, and the same age, Fang Ping's aura was not as strong, and he was at a disadvantage first. Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Who knows who will win if we don't fight? Even if I really lose, I'll just start all over again. The title of invincible rank 3 will be mine." Zhang Zhenhua could not help but laugh. "You're very confident. Last year, when Wang Jinyang came here, he didn't dare to say that. After that, he didn't continue to challenge me. Although I lost to Wang Jinyang last year, he was also injured quite badly. Now a year has passed. He's rank 4 and I'm rank 3. However, I'm not the same as last year. Fang Ping, you might not be able to pass me. You've lost your weapon. It won't be easy for you to take it back. There's no point in talking so much. You'll know after the battle. Fine. Looks like you won't turn back until you hit the wall." Zhang Zhenhua did not continue. The skinny old man shouted, "Disperse, all of you. People from the martial arts training class, stay away. Don't make any noise." The students from the martial arts training class felt like their eardrums were about to burst. One by one, their faces turned pale, and they retreated hurriedly. The people from Eternal Sun Village, the teenagers and young adults, also retreated a lot. The middle-aged martial artists, on the other hand, did not go far. One by one they looked curious, standing at the side and waiting to watch the battle. Zhang Zhenhua was the most outstanding person among the younger generation of Eternal Sun Village. As for Zhang Jingguang, he had not achieved rank 3 yet. He was even weaker than his brother. However, Zhang Jingguang was a few years younger, and he was also studying at CCMAU. In the future, he might not be inferior to Zhang Zhenhua. Fang Ping's age was about the same as Zhang Jingguang's. He had achieved rank 3 not long ago. Although his ranking was higher than Zhang Zhenhua's, martial artists would not admit that they were weaker unless they fought. In many people's eyes, Fang Ping was only basking in MCMAU's glory, ranking ahead of Zhang Zhenhua with his ability to kill middle-stage rank for martial artists. If they really fought, that might not be the case. As everyone retreated, Zhang Zhenhua took the weapons handed to him by the others. Dual maces. This was Fang Ping's first time seeing someone using such a weapon. In the outside world, Eternal Sun Village thinks of Tai Chi the most, but they don't know that we're better at weapon fighting. Zhang Zhenhua explained with a smile. He waved the dual maces in his hands casually, stirring the air. Fang Ping's expression turned slightly solemn. Maces had no blades. Strictly speaking, they were considered whips. However, maces were very heavy, heavier than most sabers and swords. In terms of technique, they were more about smashing. Of course, they could stab, flick, sweep, cover, and press. Martial artists who used maces preferred to smash people. Martial artists who used maces were also very confident. They also had a certain specialty in terms of strength. Many martial artists who are born with great strength or martial artists with abundant vitality like to use maces. Please enlighten me. Fang Ping stabbed his Chongdao to the side. He did not pick it up. He, who had achieved collective fist force, needed a deeper understanding of Vajra punch now. As for saber techniques, he would put that aside for now. Zhang Zhenhua did not care whether he used a weapon or not. He returned the salute and said with a smile, "Although there's no life and death involved in sparring in the arena, don't blame me for not holding back if you're hurt. Then we'll talk after you've hurt me. All right." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Zhenhua leaped into the air. Wielding the dual maces in his hands, he smashed them down. Fang Ping wanted to test his limits, so he did not retreat. His spine straightened instantly, emitting a muffled rumble. His entire body's vitality was mobilized instantly. Although there was no vitality glow on his fists, the vitality force was restrained to the extreme, exploding with full force. Boom! A loud bang. Fang Ping took a few steps back. His fists felt numb. When he focused, his fists were already stained with blood. Zhang Zhenhua did not chase after him. He shook his head slightly and said, "If that's all you've got, you're no match for me. There's no need to continue fighting." Fang Ping's expression was solemn. He said in a low voice, "Born with great strength?" "You could say that." Zhang Zhenhua laughed. Seeing that Fang Ping had no intention of giving up, he was not surprised. He leaped and attacked Fang Ping again. This time, Fang Ping did not take the attack head-on. He dodged to the side and reached out with both hands, quickly grabbing his left arm and flinging him backward. Zhang Zhenhua stomped his feet hard on the ground. 2 deep footprints instantly appeared on the granite floor. "That's not enough." Zhang Zhenhua growled. His body did not move an inch, but the dual maces flew toward Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping did not manage to fling him away in one go. He did not want to tangle with him. He quickly moved his feet and took a few steps back, dodging the attack. "Your physique is strong, and your strength is great." Chapter 266. Boom! Loud noises were heard continuously. The martial arts dojo students at the periphery all paled and retreated hastily. This was the first time they had seen rank 3 martial artists fight. Fang Ping's Vajra punch had not reached full mastery yet, but his combined punches and his vitality were strong, so his attacks were extremely powerful. His combat technique's cultivation progress was not deep, but his mentality was strong and his reaction speed was faster than the average person. Zhang Zhenhua's strength was strong, but compared to Fang Ping, he did not have an advantage. Fang Ping dodged Zhang Zhenhua's attacks a few times, using his advantage in speed to attack his vitals. Zhang Zhenhua was even busier than him. "You think I'm still the same as before?" Now that he had achieved peak rank 3, his physique and vitality were far stronger than the average peak rank 3 martial artists. The honing of his bone marrow had increased the strength of his bones by 30%. His combat technique outburst was also more powerful than others of the same level. Zhang Zhenhua's natural strength was a big advantage to others, but it was useless against Fang Ping. Fang Ping's only shortcoming now was that he had not cultivated combat techniques for long. His proficiency was lacking, and the power of his big moves was lacking. Other than that, no martial artist of the same rank was stronger than him. Against Zhang Zhenhua, Fang Ping still focused on familiarizing himself with combat techniques. Zhang Zhenhua's speed was slightly slower than Fang Ping's. As he fought, he grew impatient and unwilling. Just as Fang Ping was about to throw another punch, Zhang Zhenhua suddenly let out a roar and swung his maces at Fang Ping's shoulders with a loud whistling sound. Fang Ping's expression changed. He wanted to dodge, but he felt a strong force pressing down on him. "You think I've never killed before?" Fang Ping's body also exuded traces of vitality. His mentality erupted instantly, pressing down on his opponent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Ping condensed all the vitality in his body into a single point and exploded in an instant. Outsiders only saw Fang Ping's toes stepping on the ground, shattering the stone floor beneath his feet. Then, Fang Ping rose from the ground and flew fiercely. Opposite him, Zhang Zhenhua growled fiercely, his maces pressing down hard, smashing down violently. Just when everyone thought the two were about to collide, Fang Ping suddenly stepped in the air, his body rising a lot. This time, he avoided Zhang Zhenhua's maces. Outside, the withered old man frowned and said in a low voice, "What's going on with Zhenhua?" Even if Zhang Zhenhua's speed was slower than Fang Ping's, it was not to the extent where he could not react to Fang Ping's midair step. Continuing to unleash a big move, was he not looking for death? Right at this moment, an old man with white hair and beard stepped through the air and said with a light smile, "Mental interference." The skinny old man was stunned. The white-haired old man explained, "Mental energy." Yes. The skinny old man's expression changed. As a peak rank 5, he was still far from that stage. The white-haired old man was the strongest expert in Eternal Sun Village. If he said that, then there shouldn't be any surprises. While the two of them were talking, Fang Ping took a step into the air and straightened his body, evading his opponent's big move. Zhang Zhenhua's move had a huge vitality outburst. Before the twin truncheons landed, the crushed stones on the ground were already flying everywhere. The martial artists in the periphery quickly blocked the stones to prevent them from injuring others. Fang Ping, who was in midair, took advantage of the moment when Zhang Zhenhua's attack missed and his vitality could not be stabilized. He clasped his fists together and smashed them down from above. Boom! A loud, muffled sound was like hitting a cowhide drum. Fang Ping's fist smashed into Zhang Zhenhua's back. Zhang Zhenhua roared furiously. The muscles and bones in his back creaked. Both his feet sank deep into the ground. His entire body was almost smashed into the ground by Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not stop after one punch. With a boom, he punched again. Uft! Zhang Zhenhua spat out blood from his mouth. He knelt on the ground and could not stand up. A beast-like roar came from his mouth. When martial artists fought, one move could determine life and death. He unleashed his big move, wanting to decide the outcome with one move. However, Fang Ping suddenly had an idea. He used mentality and his aura to suppress him. At the same time, he also interfered with him for a moment. In that moment, Fang Ping found an opportunity. With 2 punches, he knelt on the ground and could not stand up. "Zhenhua, bastard!" Some of the middle-aged and elderly martial artists in the periphery were furious. No one expected that after the two of them fought for a while, when Zhang Zhenhua unleashed his big move, Fang Ping would seize the opportunity and land 2 punches on his back. He knelt on the ground and could not get up. "Shut up!" The white-haired old man shouted coldly. "The sparring ends here. Young friend, you can stop now." At this moment, Fang Ping was pretentiously preparing for his 3rd punch. He aimed it at Zhang Zhenhua's head. When he heard that, Fang Ping stopped. He took a step back in the air and landed on the ground. He was extremely elegant. He smiled and said, "I was lucky. Seniors, please don't blame me." At this moment, Fang Ping was still a little excited. He had learned another move. Only grandmasters knew how to use mentality. Even Lu Fengru did not know much about it. Actually, Fang Ping did not expect that when he unleashed his aura and suppressed Zhang Zhenhua with his mentality, he could suppress Zhang Zhenhua to the point that Zhang Zhenhua's mind stopped for a moment. Fang Ping saw him pause for a moment. How could he not know that his chance had come? If not for the fact that he did not want to kill, he could have smashed Zhang Zhenhua's head with one punch. Even so, Zhang Zhenhua's injuries were not light. A few young men hurried forward to check on him. Zhang Jingguang looked at Fang Ping with a complicated expression. He carefully pulled out Zhang Zhenhua, whose feet were stuck in the pit. He looked at Fang Ping, wanting to say something but hesitating. Fang Ping's victory over Zhang Zhenhua was exceptionally easy. However, Zhang Jingguang knew that his big brother was not that weak. Was Fang Ping really that strong? Before Zhang Jingguang could say anything, The white-haired old man who had just rushed over said with a faint smile, "Martial arts universities like MCMAU and CCMAU have a much easier time finding geniuses than us. Young friend, you've exceeded my expectations." A rank 3 martial artist had used mentality to intimidate. Although it was not too strong, it was still considered a grandmaster's method. Of course, Fong Ping could only do some slight disturbances at this moment. It was not like the jiao he had seen before, which could directly suppress rank 4 and 5 martial artists into minced meat. That was the real suppression of mentality. Even so, Fong Ping was still very satisfied. Mentality was something he had. It was not purely an external force, like unlimited vitality. A rank 3 using mentality to suppress an opponent was also a manifestation of his strength. As for why his mentality was stronger than others, Fong Ping did not admit that it was the system's contribution. He did not use the system to forcibly increase his mentality. He could only say that he was gifted. Even without wealth, Fong Ping could still use mentality. He just had to wait for his mentality to recover on its own. "You flatter me, master. I was just lucky," Fong Ping said humbly. He had no choice but to be humble. The other party had felt his mentality. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he was a peak rank 6 martial artist. He could not afford to offend this kind of martial artist. He had just beaten up Zhang Zhenhua. He did not want to be beaten up. Lucky. The white-haired old man shook his head lightly. If a rank 3 martial artist could use mentality, it would be a huge stroke of luck. He might not be able to find a second one. This matter could not be reasoned with. However, the white-haired old man still kindly reminded him, "Overexertion of mentality will cause mental exhaustion. You might not even be able to wake up. Young friend, you still have to be careful." Fong Ping nodded quickly. No wonder Lu Fengru always looked like she could not wake up. She must be training her mentality. But for him, there was no need to remind him. At most, he could just spend some wealth to replenish it. "Thank you for the reminder, master." Fong Ping had just thanked him when the kind-looking old man suddenly said, "Young friend, you can leave now." Fong Ping's expression froze. He was chasing him away too quickly. However, it was good enough that he did not fly into a rage after hitting his precious baby. Fong Ping did not dare to stay for long. He pulled out the Changdao beside him and left quickly. Fong Ping walked for a while. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the white-haired old man's body. He let out a low humph and said, "Get out. If you come to my Eternal Sun Village again, I'll kill you. TSK, do you think I'm afraid of you?" In midair, a figure appeared and disappeared. Someone could vaguely be heard sneering. "Don't die so soon. I'll fight you sooner or later. Get lost." The white-haired old man's aura was violent. Some of the martial artists nearby retreated one after another, their eyes filled with fear. "Boring, stingy. I only hit your grandson, not you. Are you going to get lost or not?" The white-haired old man was furious. He suddenly shot up into the sky. Then, everyone heard a thunderous roar. After a while, the white-haired old man landed on the ground. With a stomp, the ground cracked into pieces. Cracks spread all over the square. The skinny old man beside him focused and asked, "Who is it?" "MCMAU's longevity sword." The white-haired old man let out a soft humph and said in a muffled voice, "Arrogant bastard." He used flight stance to peep without permission. "If not for the fact that I don't want to make a big fuss, I'll teach him a lesson." Longevity swordsman Li Changsheng. The skinny old man sucked in a breath of cold air. "Why is this old guy out of MCMAU?" "MCMAU, Vice-Chancellor Zhang died in battle. The 3 high grandmasters are not here. The others are guarding the catacombs. MCMAU's geniuses are training. Other than him, no one else can hold the fort." Longevity sword. What a pity. The skinny old man suddenly shook his head and sighed softly. Today, among the peak rank 6 powerhouses in MCMAU, Lu Fengru called herself Invincible Martial. She was known to be invincible among those below Grandmaster. Mad Lion Tang Feng was also famous. He was known as one of the top 3 below Grandmaster. Of course, there was an element of flattery in this. However, before these 2 people rose, MCMAU's Longevity Swordsman was the top powerhouse with the highest chance of becoming a Grandmaster. With a Longevity Sword, he defeated a Rank 6 as a Rank 5 and stepped into Rank 6. Everyone thought that he was close to becoming a Grandmaster. However, after the trip to the catacombs that year, the name Longevity Sword completely disappeared from the martial arts world. The white-haired old man let out a soft humph. What's there to feel pity about? All these years, everyone has died in battle. More than one Grandmaster died in battle. Li Changxing's mentality was only severely damaged. It's luck that he didn't die. The skinny old man still said regretfully, 1 less Grandmaster. No, maybe 2. After that battle, MCMAU Lu Fengru almost went crazy. Longevity Sword couldn't recover from that setback. Otherwise, MCMAU might have 6 high Grandmasters now, firmly occupying the position of the top elite school. Things wouldn't have turned out this way. Grandmaster Zhang had to fight repeatedly. He was seriously injured, and in the end his golden body was destroyed. The white-haired old man said no more. No matter how strong Longevity Swordsman was, that was in the past. Today, Li Changxing was only in normal peak rank 6. His mentality was severely damaged and could not be healed. He had no hope of becoming a Grandmaster. Sooner or later, he would make a trip to the catacombs. Longevity Sword would no longer exist in this world. Fang Ping, who had left in a hurry, naturally did not know about this scene. After defeating Zhang Zhenhua, Fang Ping was in a very good mood. He did not stay long in Eternal Sun Village. Fang Ping drove overnight to Wanshan Temple. This was also the strongest opponent he had faced during this trip. 7th on the rank 3 ranking. Rumor had it that Wanshan Temple was guarded by a Grandmaster. Fang Ping did not know whether it was true or not. This was because Wanshan Temple's Grandmaster had not entered the Grandmaster ranking. Fang Ping had asked Old Man Li about it. The explanation Old Man Li gave him was that Wanshan Temple's old monk had entered Chengchao's catacombs for 6 years. He had not returned for 6 years. The probability of him dying was extremely high. However, if a Grandmaster fought or died in Chengchao's catacombs, High Grandmaster Zhao Xingwu, who was guarding Chengchao, should be able to sense it. Right now, there was no sign of a Grandmaster dying. That Wanshan Temple's old monk might not have died. He might have gone deep into the catacombs. However, he had not come out for 6 years. The chances of him surviving were really not high. The Grandmaster ranking no longer recorded this old monk's name. Whether he was alive or not would depend on the future. On the night of the 13th, Fang Ping arrived at Yuntai Mountain, where Wanshan Temple was located. On the 14th, Fang Ping had just entered the mountain. At the entrance of the mountain, a young, bald monk dressed in a monk's robe put his palms together and bowed. Smiling like Mithra, Almsgiver Fang, this little monk has been waiting for a long time. Flowery monk? The little monk's expression stiffened. He smiled faintly and said, Almsgiver, you seem to have some misunderstanding about this little monk. Fang Ping gripped his glaive and teased, I'm not the one who said this. When the rank 3 ranking list was released, no one else had a nickname except you. Flowery Monk Jessa, you're the first martial artist whose name on the ranking list was leaked. I heard that you often go down the mountain to seek pleasure. Monk Jessa's fair cheeks reddened slightly. He chuckled and said, Almsgiver, you've misunderstood. Rumors can't be taken seriously. For example, Almsgiver Fang is rumored to hit women's breasts. Can this be taken seriously? Fang Ping smiled and said, I've done it before. So the rumors are true. Monk Jessa's expression stiffened. After a while he said, We can't get along. Even if you didn't come, I was prepared to challenge you. Since you're here, let's do it. This? Fong Ping glanced around. There were quite a number of tourists around. This is it. The country is in danger. Everyone has a responsibility. Everyone should respect martial arts. You shouldn't be a monk. You should be a monk instead. As soon as Monk Jessa finished speaking, the monk's robe on his body burst into pieces, revealing his muscular upper body. He laughed and said, "You're a hindrance. Zhang Zhenhua was defeated by you. No rank 3 in Chengzhou can defeat me. It's good that you're here." Flowery Monk's figure is not bad. This time, Fong Ping did not abandon his saber. There were many tourists around. He had to fight handsomely and win decisively. As soon as they finished speaking, they had already leaped into the air. The monk's staff and the glaive collided instantly. The booming sound reverberated in the mountains. Halfway up the mountain, Old Man Li pursed his lips. An old monk in a kasaya beside him also revealed a smile. He smiled faintly and said, "It's good to be young. Are these two little bastards fighting an exhibition match?" Old Man Li cursed. 2 rank 3 martial artists. Instead of fighting on the ground, they fought in the air. They must be out of their minds. However, fighting in the air did look much more handsome. "They're young people." The old monk's face was blooming with smiles. He did not know why he was so happy. At the foot of the mountain, midair, Fong Ping's glaive was waved in an airtight manner. Occasionally, the slashes would cause explosions in the air. Monk Jessa's expression was solemn. However, he was ranked 7th among rank 3 martial artists. His reputation was not undeserved. The monk's staff was only for show. Monk Jessa tossed it casually. The monk's staff pierced straight into a stone wall. In the next moment, the muscles all over Monk Jessa's body bulged. His fair skin instantly glowed golden. Amidst the exclamations of the spectators from afar, Monk Jessa's palms turned into palms. He put on a show of snatching the white saber with his bare hands. Fong Ping's B-class glaive unleashed 5 consecutive slashes. The momentum was astonishing. Monk Jessa, on the other hand, put his palms together and clamped the blade between them. In midair, Fong Ping's hair stood on end. His arms bulged, causing his jacket to explode. Holding the glaive, he pushed the little monk all the way to the stone wall not far away. "I'm not playing with you any more." Monk Jessa laughed loudly all of a sudden. He let go of the glaive and dropped straight down. Fong Ping was not surprised. Fighting in the air was cool, but it was difficult to exert force. It consumed a lot of vitality. If the monk did not go down, he would. Looking down from above, Fong Ping held the glaive with both hands. The blood-red glow on the blade flashed and disappeared. He slashed downward instantly. Monk Jessa stepped on the ground with his toes. His figure flashed, disappearing in front of the stone wall. Fong Ping's glaive did not slow down, still slashing toward the stone wall. Boom! After a loud crash, a saber mark a few meters long and tens of centimeters deep was left on the stone wall. Fong Ping did not stop. He turned around and slashed at Monk Jessa, who was attacking him. Halfway up the mountain, someone growled in a low voice, "Tearing down the mountain? You two bastards. The next time I see you, I'll slap you to death." As he said that, he looked at the silent Li Changxing duo with a fearful expression. He let out a humph and left with the midair step. Wan Shan Temple did not own such a huge mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the place where Fong Ping and Monk Jessa battled was already a mess. In the past, Fong Ping had seen the battlefield left behind by 2 rank 8 grandmasters. At that time, Fong Ping thought that rank 8 grandmasters were very strong and human. Until today, Fong Ping had long understood that when human rank 8 powerhouses battled, it was just to measure the other party's strength. It was more of a battle of mentality, not reality. The battlefield left behind that day was probably just damage caused by mentality overflowing. Brother Ma and Grandmaster Tem might not have fought with their golden bodies before. At this moment, he and the little monk were completely unscrupulous. The battlefield left behind by the battle might not be any weaker than the one left behind by a rank 8 that day. Inhuman. They were considered inhuman now. If breaking steel easily was not considered inhuman, then what was considered inhuman? Peak rank 3 martial artists fighting with all their might without any scruples. The destructive power was beyond imagination. There were many onlookers watching this battle. Many ordinary people were shocked to the extreme. Walking in the midair, splitting mountains and splitting rocks. Was this a martial artist? What rank? Grandmaster? They did not dare to think too low. Grandmaster, was that possible? Both of them were so young. Now that both of them were fighting, no one dared to watch closely. However, when the monk was waiting at the foot of the mountain and Fong Ping went up the mountain with a saber, many people saw it. Both young people, very young. Martial artist, this is a martial artist. No matter how many times they said it, they did not feel the shock of what was happening. In the crowd, a man with a cunning smile was holding a video camera with one hand. He danced with joy, spittle flying everywhere, saying, "Do you see this? This is just a battle between rank 3 martial artists. I'm also a rank 3. Didn't you all doubt the authenticity of me, Lu Dali, breaking steel bars with my bare hands? Do you still doubt it now? I, Lu Dali, just don't care to explain.